They say every ranger has at least one night they remember for the rest of their life, not for the stars or the stillness of the land or the peace they felt under the open sky, but for the kind of silence that settles so deep it starts to feel like something is watching from inside of it. I had a few odd nights by then. Animal calls I couldn't identify, campers who went missing for a few hours and turned up days but fine, strange marks in the dirt, but nothing I couldn't explain after a good night's rest and a cup of coffee. But then came the week I took over at Trailhead Station 3. I was assigned there mid-June, high season. Trailhead Station 3 wasn't really a station, just a small outpost cabin tucked about 7 miles into the forest, away from the main roads. It was built back in the 70s, all weather-worn planks and rusting hinges. No Wi-Fi, no cell service, no radio contact unless you walked up the old Firewatch bluff another mile and half up the ridge. It sat along an old section of hiking trail that barely saw any foot traffic anymore. Not because it was dangerous, but because there were better sights and easier climbs elsewhere. Most rangers didn't like getting assigned to 3. Too far from base, too isolated, too quiet. No one came through unless they were lost or stubborn or didn't know better. I didn't mind. I liked the solitude, or at least I thought I did. I hiked it on a Tuesday. Clear skies. My pack was heavy with enough supplies for the week. Instant meals, a few gallons of water, basic meds, spare batteries, backup flashlight, topo maps, and a repair kit for the solar unit that powered the tiny lantern over the bunk. The hike-in was uneventful, just pine needles underfoot, the dry rustle of wind in the trees, bird calls from every direction. Textbook quiet. Good quiet. I reached the outpost around noon and opened up. The place was exactly as I remembered it from my one visit the year before. Dusty cot, tin can table, iron stove no one used anymore. Same logs from a ranger before me, stacked in the corner. No signs of life but the mouse droppings along the sill. I unpacked and got to work checking the perimeter. Routine stuff. Took a walk down the trail, checked the old signage, looked for signs of campfires or garbage or broken fencing. I noted some boot prints about a half-mile north, probably a hiker who'd passed through in the last few days. They led off trail for a bit and then disappeared entirely in a patch of underbrush. No big deal. That kind of thing happened all the time. That first night was normal. I cooked some rehydrated rice, wrote in the logbook, listened to the wind. A fox screamed somewhere around midnight, sharp and sudden like a woman yelling, which always hits wrong when you're alone, but I'd heard it before. I fell asleep not long after. It was the third night when things started to shift. Not all at once, just little things. It was nearly 2 a.m. I'd been lying on the cot, wide awake for no good reason. I couldn't get comfortable. It was warm in the cabin, but my skin felt cold. Not the kind of cold you get from the air, but the kind that creeps in when something's not quite right. I tried to ignore it, rolled over, pulled the blanket up. Then I heard it. Footsteps outside. Not heavy, not rushed, just measured. One step, pause, another, a few more. I froze, listened. They stopped just past the back wall. It could have been a deer, a bear maybe, but neither of those moves like that. Bears thud and huff. Deer prance, fast and light. This was slow, deliberate, like someone trying not to be heard. I didn't move, didn't even breathe. My flashlight was on the crate beside the bed, but I didn't reach for it. I waited, counted out 5 full minutes in my head. Nothing. Eventually I convinced myself I'd imagined it. That's what isolation does to your brain sometimes. You expect to hear things, and your brain fills in the blanks. I got up and checked the door. Still locked. Looked out the little window. Nothing but trees. Still, I didn't sleep again that night. The next day, I found the footprints again, but this time closer. They weren't from a bear or cat. They were human. Size 11 or 12. Deep treads. They circled the cabin once and led back toward the bluff. I radioed base from the ridge. Told them someone might be trespassing near the station. They said they hadn't sent anyone out that way recently. Told me to keep an eye out. Take notes. That night, I brought my flashlight into bed with me. Night 5, the air felt heavier. I kept getting that tight feeling in my chest like before storm, except the sky was clear. I did my perimeter check early, took extra time looking for signs of campers. Nothing. No food wrappers. No fire pits. Just trees and silence and that same heavy stillness. I was almost back to the cabin when I saw something that stopped me cold. There was a boot print, fresh, crisp, angled wrong. Like the person had been standing with one foot facing forward and the other turned nearly 90 degrees to the side. Not like a step, but like they had pivoted around and twisted their body without moving their leg. Just standing still. The print was deeper on the heel, like they'd been leaning backward. It was just off. I followed the prints for a few dozen feet, but they disappeared again like before. Not like the person turned around or walked off the trail, just vanished. One step, then none. I stopped sleeping after that. The last night I spent at Station 3, I sat up until nearly 3 a.m., just waiting for the footsteps to return. My lantern was on the lowest setting, just enough to make out the outlines of the room. I had my boots on, backpack half-packed, flashlight in hand. I made up my mind to leave at first light, maybe even before that. Then I heard the knock. Not on the door, not on the wall, on the roof. Just a single hollow thud. I stood up slowly. Every muscle in my body was tight. I didn't breathe. The sound didn't come again. I stepped outside a minute later, sweeping the flashlight in wide arcs around the clearing. Trees, shadows, my footprints in the dirt from earlier. Then I tilted the light upward. Nothing on the roof. No branches above. No pine cones. No rocks. But there, just along the edge of the roof line, was a smear. Not blood. Not paint. Just a dark, greasy mark. As if someone had dragged a hand along the edge. The kind of mark skin leaves when it's been out too long in the sun and the dirt and hasn't been washed in days. I left before sunrise. Didn't even bother cleaning the cabin. Hiked back in under 3 hours. I didn't stop to eat or drink. I only turned once when I thought I heard something crashing through the trees behind me. But there was nothing there. I filed my report. Marked it as a possible squatter. Suggested sending a patrol team out with dogs. They never found anything. Later I went back and looked through the old logs kept in the outpost. I wasn't the only one. Several other rangers had left notes. Vague ones, buried in between entries about weather and trail maintenance. Mentions of noises at night, signs of someone nearby, strange tracks near bluff. One had written, saw someone by the window, but they vanished before I opened the door. Could have sworn I saw a mouth moving, but no sound. I don't go back to Station 3 anymore. No one does. We don't say it's closed. We just quietly skip over it in the rotation. The logs stay in the cabinet. The door stays locked. Sometimes, when I can't sleep, when the dark feels too wide and the silence too deep, I think about that boot print. The one that twisted wrong. The one that didn't go anywhere. I never did find caffeine that night after reading those stories online. I remember sitting there in my room, fingers stiff over the keyboard, trying not to look at the corners, just waiting for dawn to come. And I get it now. That feeling. That's something in the silence. It's not the woods I'm afraid of anymore. It's whatever knows how to stand still inside them. I've worked as a park ranger for nearly 14 years now. That's a lot of time to see strange things. And I have seen my share, bizarre animal behavior, lost hikers turning up miles from where they should be, unexplainable tracks in the dirt, weird signs scratched in a bark. I've pulled people out of frozen rivers, carried bodies out on stretchers, and stayed awake through long nights in fire towers during lightning storms that lit the whole sky. But one thing that has stuck with me more than any of those moments didn't happen during a flood or a search or a disaster. It happened on a normal day, during my normal rounds, on a trail I knew like the back of my hand. I was stationed in northern Minnesota at the time, managing a large tract of forest land along a river that wound through about 20 square miles of thick woods. No cliffs or mountains. This wasn't the Rockies, but there were rolling hills, deep gullies, and a patchwork of lakes and wetlands scattered across the land like broken glass. The place was dense, old growth, pine and birch trees so tall and close together that sometimes, even at noon, the forest floor felt dim. Most visitors stuck to the main hiking trails or the campsites that dotted the river. I patrolled those routinely, especially in late summer when campers left behind trash or wandered off trail to fish or hunt where they weren't supposed to. That day was in late October. I remember because the leaves were already down and the air had that cold, dry bite it gets right before snow starts to fall. The kind of day where the ground crunches under your boots from frost and you can hear everything: the wind, your steps, a squirrel in the brush from 100 feet away. I was doing a solo patrol on foot along a lesser-used loop trail about 6 miles from the ranger station. We called it Dead Elk Loop because years back someone had found the skeleton of a bull elk in a clearing nearby. I'd walked that trail dozens of times over the years. It wasn't technical, just long. A slow, steady incline through the woods, skirting the edge of a lake, then curving around to connect with the main trailhead again. I started out around 10 a.m. I had my pack with me: radio, compass, GPS, first aid kit, food, water, the usual. There was no snow yet, but I had a heavy flannel under my jacket and gloves in my side pocket. I remember checking my GPS when I stepped onto the loop. Battery at 88%, signal good. I even stopped and looked out across the lake just before entering the denser stretch of forest. Calm, flat water. A few ducks out near the reeds. Nothing out of place. Nothing unusual. About 2 miles in, I stopped to note some minor erosion near the trail. Took a few pictures, marked the spot. Walked a bit farther, stepped off trail for a moment to check on a wildlife camweed strapped to a tree the month before. Nothing remarkable on the card when I scrolled through. Just deer, raccoons, a fox sniffing around. I repacked the cam and stood there a while, letting the silence settle. I've always liked that about being a ranger. How quiet the forest gets in the cold. No insects, fewer birds. Just trees creaking and wind shifting through the canopy. Then something shifted. It was so subtle, I almost didn't register it at first. I remember looking around, just scanning the trees the way you do instinctively when something feels off. I couldn't put my finger on it, but suddenly everything around me seemed wrong. Not dangerous, just not how it had been a minute earlier. Like stepping onto a movie set and realizing the trees are fake. I looked down at my boots, trying to shake the feeling, and I noticed I'd stepped over a fallen log and walked maybe 10 or 15 feet off the trail without meaning to. That didn't make sense. I'm methodical on patrols. Always know where I am. Always mark my spot. But here I was, standing in ankle-deep leaf litter, looking around, unsure how I'd ended up here. I walked back to the trail, or at least I thought I did, but the trail was gone. I circled around slowly, my boots dragging leaves, searching for that packed-down dirt line. I pulled out my GPS, tapped the screen. Blank. No signal. That was odd, but not unheard of. The canopy could mess with signal out here sometimes. I pulled out my compass, set it north, and began walking in what I believed was the right direction. The more I walked, the more confused I got. I wasn't panicked yet, but I couldn't ignore how disoriented I felt. I'd never gotten turned around like this, not once in all my years of hiking and working outdoors. I stopped again after maybe 10 minutes of slow walking and realized I didn't recognize anything around me. No markers, no unique tree formations, no water sounds from the lake. Just woods. Trees. More trees. I listened for trail sounds, wind moving differently through open space, birds that like to hang near people. Nothing. Just dead silence. Then something weird happened. I crouched to check my boot laces and saw a small pile of saplings lying in a bundle near a stump, cut clean with a blade. 6 or 7 of them, laid out neatly like someone had gathered them for a shelter. And for a second, I had the strangest sense that I had made that pile, that I had been there before. But I knew that couldn't be true. I wasn't collecting sticks. I wasn't building anything. I was on patrol. Still, my brain didn't feel right. That's the only way I can describe it. Like my thoughts were out of order. Like I'd opened a book to the middle and forgotten what the first half was about. My heart was beating hard now. Not because I was scared, exactly, but because I realized I had no idea how long I'd been walking. I checked my watch, 2:44 p.m. That didn't make sense. I had entered the loop at 10 a.m. I should have been finishing up, heading back. I thought maybe it had only been 90 minutes at most, but it was nearly 5 hours later. The sky was already changing color. That soft, orange-pink light was filtering through the trees. Sunset was coming fast. I took out my map, unfolded it with numb fingers, and tried to reorient myself using terrain features. But everything looked the same. No hills, no visible lakes. Just trees and trees and trees. I pulled out my radio and called in my location. No response. Tried again. Still nothing. I stood there a while, heart thudding, breath fogging up in the cold, and told myself to stay calm. This wasn't life or death yet. I had supplies. I had gear. I could bivvy out if I had to. But the longer I stood there, the worse it felt. Like something was eating away at my sense of direction. Like I was being drained of awareness. I took deep breaths and tried to remember my training. Pick a direction and stick to it. Don't wander. Don't second guess. And that's when I saw movement. Not a person. Not an animal, either. Just something dark shifting low to the ground, maybe 30 feet ahead. I froze. It stepped out of a fern patch, and I saw that it was a cat. A black cat, thin and wiry, with yellow eyes. House cat size. It looked at me like it knew me. I don't mean that poetically. I mean it looked at me like I was familiar, like it had been waiting for me. It walked in a small circle, flicked its tail, and then trotted off to the left, slow and deliberate. I don't know why I followed it. It wasn't logical, but something about seeing it broke the spell. I felt more alert, more like myself. I stepped after it, not running, just walking steadily in the direction it had gone. The cat would stop now, and then look back, then keep moving. We kept going like that for maybe 15 minutes. Eventually, the trees began to thin. The sun had dropped below the horizon, but there was still enough light to make out outlines, and suddenly I saw the trail ahead of me. Clear, packed dirt, exactly where it should have been. I stepped onto the trail, pulled out my radio again, and this time it chirped back with static. I called in, got a crackled reply, and gave my location. They confirmed it, less than half a mile from the parking lot. I turned around to look for the cat. It was gone, vanished into the trees. I stood there for a long time, just breathing and trying to piece everything together. I got back to the truck just as full darkness hit. I didn't say anything to the other rangers when I returned. Just logged my patrol, ate a quiet dinner, and sat outside the cabin with a blanket wrapped around me, staring out into the woods. I never told anyone the full story. Not until now. But I'll say this. I went back the next week, same trail, same gear, same time of day. The loop took me exactly 4 hours. I found no sign of the saplings, no sign of the cat. Nothing unusual at all. I don't know what happened that day in the woods. I don't believe in ghosts or monsters or anything like that. But I do believe something strange can happen when the human brain is under stress, when the woods get too quiet and the compass inside us starts spinning. I do believe you can forget who you are for a while, forget where you're going, and lose yourself without even noticing. But I also believe that sometimes, just sometimes, something out there helps you find your way back. I've been a park ranger for over 20 years now, most of it in moderately sized national forest units that straddle the boundaries between developed and wild land. Places where campgrounds come with electricity and water hookups. But if you step more than 100 feet off the pavement, you're in dense woods with almost no signal and no guarantee anyone will hear you if something goes wrong. These are the kinds of places where the illusion of safety sits just thin enough over a lot of nothing. I've seen a lot of strange stuff over the years. Strange people, mostly, but there's one story that stayed with me. It goes back to before I was even a ranger. I think it's part of the reason I ended up in this job. I was about 10 or 11 at the time. Every summer, my parents and I, plus my aunts, uncles, cousins, grandparents, basically everyone in our extended family, would pack up and drive out to this wooded campground just a few hours away from the city. It wasn't really camping the way people think of it. This was one of those family RV parks with hookups, gravel pads, sometimes even little bathrooms. The kind of place where you can hear a generator humming 2 lots away. But it was surrounded by thick woods. The campground itself was maybe 50 acres, but the woods went on for miles. There were marked boundaries, sure, and do not cross signs nailed into trees, but the wild doesn't care about signs. If you wandered far enough, you could get yourself turned around real fast. That summer was one of the best ones I can remember for childhood. The weather was perfect, warm during the day, cool at night, no real rain. The adults did their usual thing, barbecuing, arguing about politics, playing cards under string lights. The kids ran around until our legs gave out. It was maybe our second or third night there when we decided to play hide and seek in the woods. It was probably not the best idea, and thinking back on it now, it definitely wasn't safe. We were a big group, maybe 15 or 20 kids ranging from 5 years old up to the older teenagers. We split into teams, one group hiding, one group seeking. And the only people who had flashlights were the seekers. The woods weren't pitch black, but they were close. The glow from the RV lot spilled out a little into the trees, creating this dim, ghostly haze just on the edge of the forest. Once we were a few dozen feet in, that light disappeared completely. I remember walking around by myself, looking for a place to hide, but I started feeling that weird weight in your stomach you get when you know something's off. It wasn't panic or anything, just this low unease like I was being watched, or maybe like I'd already gone too far into the woods without realizing it. I didn't hear anyone else near me, just the rustling of leaves, the hum of bugs, and the occasional crack of twigs under someone's shoe. But no voices. That made it worse somehow. Eventually, I spotted my mom and little sister crouched behind a patch of bushes near the edge of the campsite. They weren't deep in, just far enough to be in the shadows, but still within view of the trailers. I felt relieved when I saw them. I didn't want to be alone in the dark anymore. I remember approaching slowly so I wouldn't scare them. I whispered, "Hey, Mom," just enough to let her know it was me. What happened next has stayed with me for the rest of my life. She jumped like she'd been hit with electricity. Actually screamed. My sister screamed too. I nearly screamed. My heart was racing in my chest. I didn't understand why she was so startled. She turned around, recognized me, and quickly calmed down. Said I just scared her. That was it. We didn't talk about it again. Not until much later. That first trip ended like most of our camping trips. Lots of laughter, mosquito bites, sunburns, and half-eaten bags of marshmallows. I forgot about that moment in the woods. Or at least I put it away. We went back to the same campground the following summer. But this time was different. I got sick right before the trip. Head cold, fever, and my vision was basically useless because I'd lost my contact lenses a week earlier and hadn't got a new pair yet. My eyesight was, and still is, terrible. I can't make out shapes or faces more than a few feet in front of me without correction. So, I was useless for hiking or games. I spent most of the trip in the tent. It was one of those dome tents set up outside the main trailer just for the kids to sleep in. But during the day, it was like an oven in there, and I slept through most of it anyway. I only came out to eat and use the bathroom. That trip was a blur of heat, discomfort, and boredom. It wasn't until months later, maybe around Christmas, that the conversation came up. My family was sitting around the table, reminiscing about past vacations. Someone brought up the first camping trip and the game of hide and seek. I mentioned how I scared my mom that night. She got quiet. Then she told us something that froze the entire room. She said the reason she screamed wasn't just because she was startled by my voice behind her. Just seconds before I whispered to her, she had been looking at the campsite. She saw me, or someone who looked like me, crouched underneath one of the trailers, facing her, smiling, waving, and she waved back. I hadn't seen her do that. I was still walking up to her from the woods. She looked away for a second, heard my voice from behind, and when she looked back toward the trailer, the thing that looked like me was gone. That would have been weird enough. But my older brother spoke up too, said he remembered seeing me that same night under that trailer. He called out to me, but got no response. I never hid under any trailer. I didn't even know anyone thought I had. Then my stepdad spoke, hesitated at first. He said on the second trip, the one where I was sick, he and his brother-in-law were outside drinking beers around midnight, just talking, watching the sky. He saw me walk around the side of the trailer and head into the woods. He said he even called out to me, but I didn't react. Just kept walking. Something about the way I moved made him uneasy. It wasn't how I usually walked, he said. He wanted to follow me, but something stopped him. He went inside instead and asked my mom where I was. She told him I was asleep in the tent. He walked out, opened the flap, and there I was curled up in my sleeping bag, dead asleep. He never mentioned it before that night. Said he didn't want to freak anyone out. And for a while, we all tried to rationalize it. Maybe it was a kid who looked like me. Maybe I sleepwalked. Maybe someone was messing with us. But it didn't add up. I couldn't have sleepwalked. I didn't have my lenses. I can barely make it to the bathroom without bumping into something, let alone walk across a dark campground into the woods. And even if I somehow managed that, what about the first trip? What about the moment my mom saw someone that looked exactly like me, smiling and waving from under the trailer? We never went back to that campground. Ever. That story sat with me for years. I never got answers. I don't believe in ghosts. I still don't. But I believe in misidentification. I believe in the idea that the brain tries to make sense of things that don't quite fit. And I believe sometimes people see what they expect to see, especially in dim light with tired eyes. When I eventually became a park ranger, I didn't think much about that incident. I chalked it up to childhood weirdness. But something changed about 10 years into the job. I was working a different park in a different state, still thick forest, still near civilization, but isolated enough to feel wild. One evening, I got a call over the radio. A family in one of the developed campsites had reported seeing a child walking alone near the edge of the woods. They were worried the kid might have wandered off from another site. I went out to check, searched the area. No kid, no missing child reports, nothing. A few days later, someone else mentioned seeing a kid crouched near a fire ring late at night. The description matched the same age, same vague build, then another report, and another. Each time, the kid never spoke, never approached, just stood or crouched or moved silently near the trees. Then gone. I never saw it myself, but I started thinking back to that night at the campsite when I was a kid. The thing that looked like me, the thing that didn't talk, that didn't move right. I still don't believe in ghosts, but I've started to believe in patterns. I've started to believe that people see things they can't explain, and instead of inventing monsters or spirits, maybe there's something more human going on. I've looked into missing persons cases, campgrounds with odd sightings. There are similarities, always in that space between civilization and wild, always just on the edge of vision. Sometimes I think someone somewhere out there figured out how to use that space, how to move through it unnoticed. Maybe it's someone running from something. Maybe it's just someone who enjoys pretending to be someone else. Someone who can stand still enough, quiet enough, long enough to convince you you're looking at something familiar. But it isn't you. I don't have proof. I'll probably never get proof. All I know is I've stopped working night shifts near the edges of campgrounds. I've stopped walking alone without backup if I get a report of a quiet kid near the trees. And I always ask for a full description. I always ask who the kid looked like, because maybe it's no one, or maybe it's me again, and I don't want to find out. People assume the job of a park ranger is all peace and quiet. Trees swaying, birds chirping, hiking trails, happy campers. Sure, some days are like that. But if you spend enough years out here, you start to realize the woods have a way of burying things, hiding what most folks are never supposed to see. You only notice it when you spend days alone in it, walking the same unmarked trails, paying attention to the little shifts, the things that are off but not quite enough to raise alarms. And sometimes you stumble on something that shifts your understanding of the land forever. I've been working in the southeast district of the Chattahoochee National Forest in Georgia for nearly 2 decades. My station's not far from the Blue Ridge Mountains. Not many visitors venture deep into the stretch I patrol. It's too thick, too remote, and just far enough from the popular trails that even the locals avoid it unless they're hunting or looking for isolation. Over the years, I've seen my fair share of strange things. I found tree stands and hunting blinds that weren't registered to any local group. I've discovered old camping sites where the gear had rotted through and been taken over by moss and kudzu. Once, I even found a rusted-out sedan that had somehow been driven into the woods more than 4 miles from the nearest road. That was a logistical mystery I never solved. But what happened back in the fall of 2017 still keeps me from sleeping straight through the night. It started simple, routine, really. I was checking in on the east boundary line after a storm had come through the previous week. That part of the forest had steep terrain and thick vegetation, and if enough water pushed through, it could cause minor landslides or wash out some of the narrow paths used by the fire crews. We hadn't had any major calls, but I was doing my rounds to be sure. I was about 4 miles in when I noticed something strange. A A cluster of trees had fallen in a way that didn't make sense. It wasn't the storm damage. The trunks had snapped low, below the average break height, and there was no erosion in the soil. The trees looked like they had been pushed or knocked over deliberately. I marked the location and snapped a few photos with the department-issued phone, planning to log it later. I moved on, thinking it was maybe wind shear or some strange pressure pattern from the storm. About half a mile later, I saw something else. A trail, faint but not natural. Someone had moved through here recently, and not just wandered through. They were going somewhere. Twigs had been snapped off clean at waist height. There was a subtle indentation in the earth that repeated every 2 feet or so. Someone was walking deliberately, maybe even hauling something. I followed the trail without much thought. It wasn't unusual for hunters to come through unauthorized, especially during deer season. Usually they'd stick to the old fire roads, but every now and then, one would try to carve out their own path. But the deeper I went, the more the air seemed to shift. Not colder exactly, just heavier. I started to get the sense that the woods were pressing in tighter around me. I've walked that forest in every season and in all sorts of weather. I know how it breathes. That part didn't feel right. The trail ended abruptly in a clearing. Not a natural one. Someone had cleared it, recently. The undergrowth had been cut away. Not with a machine, but by hand. Machete maybe. There were stumps that still had wet sap on them. But what really stopped me was what sat in the center of the clearing. At first glance, I thought it was some kind of hunting cabin. But as I stepped closer, I realized it wasn't that at all. It was a miniature house, about 3 feet tall and maybe 5 feet wide. Fully built from wood, with shingled roofing, glass in the tiny windows, and a little chimney made from cut stone. It wasn't just one. As I looked around, I saw more. 11 of them, spread out across the clearing in a semicircle like some kind of planned village. All the same size, all constructed with obsessive detail. They weren't toys. They were dwellings, built to scale for something that wasn't human-sized. I crouched down next to the closest one. Inside, through the dirty little window, I saw furniture. A chair, a table, a bed with a checkered quilt laid across it. There was even what looked like a tiny oil lamp on the table. My first thought was that it had to be some artist project. Maybe an eccentric type had built it for photos or an installation. But who would haul lumber and glass and tools this far into the woods without anyone noticing? And more importantly, why? I took pictures. A lot of them. I walked the entire half-acre, cataloging every structure. Some had miniature fences around them. One had what looked like a clothesline. Another had symbols carved into the wood above the doorframe. I didn't recognize them. They weren't letters. More like markings, crude, almost tribal, but symmetrical. The longer I stayed in that clearing, the more unsettled I felt. It wasn't a sudden panic, more like a rising discomfort, like I was somewhere I shouldn't be. I kept scanning the tree line, certain someone was nearby, watching, but I saw no movement, no animals, no wind, just an oppressive silence that felt unnatural for the woods. I decided I'd seen enough. I turned around to retrace my path, and something struck me immediately. I couldn't see where I had entered. The trail I had followed was gone. I circled the clearing 3 times, looking for any sign of the brush I'd parted, the twigs I'd stepped on. Nothing. The woods all looked the same in every direction. I'm not the type to get lost. I carry a map, a compass, and a GPS. I pulled the GPS out of my pack. It was on. Satellite connection was good, but the coordinates didn't make sense. I was several miles east of where I thought I should be. And I mean several, as in 10 miles off. That wasn't possible. I've been walking for maybe an hour and a half. The math didn't add up. I checked my compass. It spun twice, then steadied. I picked a direction and started moving. My goal was to get far enough away to call dispatch with better reception and semi-location. After about 30 minutes of steady hiking, I reached higher ground and got a signal. I radioed in and gave my approximate coordinates, telling them I'd found something unusual and was heading back to my truck. The dispatcher didn't ask for details, just confirmed the check-in and told me to follow protocol. It took me the rest of the afternoon to get back. When I reached my vehicle, the sun was already low. That night, I couldn't shake what I'd seen. I uploaded the pictures, wrote up a basic report, and flagged it for further review. I didn't include my feelings or instincts, just the facts. The structures were unusual, remote, clearly man-made but unexplained. I recommended a team follow up and document the site fully. That was it. 2 days later, I was told to leave it alone. No follow-up needed. That's the phrase they used. No follow-up needed. When I asked why, my supervisor just told me, that's above our pay grade. And that was the end of it. For a while, I let it go. I figured maybe some research group or land survey was involved and they didn't want to publicize it. But something kept eating at me. That feeling I had while standing in the clearing. That sense of being watched. A week later, I went back. I didn't tell anyone. I parked 2 miles short and hiked in from a different angle, using only landmarks to guide me. When I got to where the clearing should have been, it was gone. Not just empty gone. The trees were untouched. No stumps. No cut brush. No sign that anything had ever been built there. I stood in that spot for nearly an hour, turning circles, trying to orient myself. I even used the GPS coordinates from my report. They put me in the exact same area. But there was nothing there. Just dense woods and damp leaves. I remember crouching down to where the little village had been, pressing my hand into the earth. The soil wasn't even disturbed. I walked the surrounding half-mile in widening circles, searching, but it was like the whole thing had been lifted out of the ground and vanished. I never told anyone about my second visit. A month later, during a routine equipment check at the station, I found that all the photos I had taken were missing. My field phone had been wiped. No log entries. No images. Even the folder where the pictures were saved was gone. When I brought it up to the tech guy, he shrugged and said maybe I'd reset the device by mistake. I hadn't. It's been nearly 8 years now, and I've never found that place again. I've hiked that area dozens of times since, trying different angles, checking old topo maps. Nothing. I don't know who built those houses. I don't know why they disappeared. I don't know if the markings meant something, or if I was just another ranger who saw something I wasn't meant to. But I do know this. When you're deep enough in the woods, you start to learn the difference between natural and unnatural. That place wasn't natural. And whatever it was, someone went to great lengths to erase it. The forest hides things, and sometimes it keeps them hidden for a reason. I still do my job. I still patrol that same stretch. But I don't follow strange trails anymore. Not out there. Not after that. And I never go alone without marking my path, no matter how familiar the land seems. Because once you get turned around in those woods, once the trees start to shift and the silence falls too heavy, you might not come back out the same. If you come back out at all. I used to think nothing could truly scare me. Not the woods. Not the dark. Not strange noises at night. I always believed that most fear came from misunderstanding, from shadows playing tricks, from animals rustling underbrush, from the mind running wild when things got quiet. I used to believe that if I stayed calm, used logic, and paid attention to my surroundings, I could explain everything. I don't believe that anymore. It started with a school project of all things. I was a senior in high school, living in a small, quiet suburb in Ohio. My hometown was clean, safe, boring. It had a few nice parks and plenty of sidewalks, but no real wilderness. Just tree-lined streets, a handful of creeks, and neighborhood kids who rode their bikes past manicured lawns. We had the occasional deer wandering into backyards, and sometimes a raccoon would tip over someone's trash can. That was the extent of our wildlife. Still, I always loved hiking. My parents took me on road trips out west and down south growing up, the Smoky Mountains, Shenandoah, even one trip to Yosemite. I got hooked. Being outdoors gave me a weird sense of peace. I liked walking for miles with no one around. I liked being surrounded by trees, dirt, and open sky. There's something simple about it that made everything else in life seem small. But I never expected that feeling to turn on me. My high school offered an environmental literature class. It was one of those classes where you read Thoreau and Emerson and talk about man's relationship with nature. I liked the teacher. He didn't try too hard, didn't treat us like kids, and the class was relaxed. Most of us took it for an easy grade. One of our big assignments was to keep a nature journal. We had to go outside at least once a month, spend time in a natural setting, and write about it. observations, thoughts, feelings. Nothing hard. Just go out, sit, and write. The idea was to connect with the environment in a quiet way, to notice things. Most of my classmates wrote their journals in their backyards or at a local metro park. I wanted to go a little further. There was a wildlife area about an hour and a half from my house. It wasn't exactly Yellowstone, but it was big, almost 10,000 acres of forest and trails and old logging roads. Not many people went out there, especially in the off-season. It was perfect for someone like me who didn't want to run into bikers or joggers every few minutes. I had gone out there before with my dad, once or twice in the fall, and remembered it being quiet, peaceful, and a little bit eerie in the best way. For my second journal entry, I decided to go there alone at night. It was late October. I remember that clearly because the leaves were just past peak color and the wind had already knocked a bunch of them down. The forest floor was covered in that crunchy, papery layer that muffles everything under a soft crackle. The air was cold, but not freezing, just enough to bite your ears and nose if you weren't moving. I drove out around 6 p.m. The sun had already dipped low behind the trees by the time I pulled off the gravel road and parked at one of the small trailheads. The lot was empty. No other cars. That didn't bother me. I liked the solitude. I packed light, a folding chair, a small lantern, my notebook and pen, a granola bar, and a water bottle. I wore a thick hoodie, jeans, boots, and a knit hat. The plan was simple. Walk in about a half mile, find a spot off the trail, sit for an hour, right then head back. I picked a narrow trail I'd remembered from before, one that wound through a dense patch of hardwoods. I didn't see or hear anything strange as I walked, just the usual creaking branches, crunch of leaves, distant rustling from animals that scatter when they sense you. I tried to remind myself to enjoy it. This is what I liked. I found a decent spot about 15 minutes in, a small clearing a little ways off the trail. There was a rotted out tree stump in the middle and a half circle of fallen logs that could block some wind. I set up the chair, turned on the lantern, and sat down. Everything was still. No bugs, no birds, just the wind. I pulled out my notebook and started to write. About 10 minutes in, I started feeling strange. Uneasy. Not scared, just unsettled. I kept glancing around without realizing it. Every few seconds, my eyes would drift up from the page to scan the trees. I told myself it was because I was alone and it was dark. That's natural. That's just how the brain works when it doesn't have all the information. I tried to focus on my breathing, slowed it down, zipped up my jacket, and pulled my hat lower. That's when I noticed my phone had no signal. Not a big deal. I'd expected that. But when I opened Spotify, none of my downloaded music would play. I tried again. Still nothing. I swore I had songs saved, but it was like my library had been wiped clean. I gave up and just used the phone's music player to play a couple of tracks I'd ripped years ago. Put in my earbuds. Cranked the volume. I don't know how long I sat there, writing and listening. Maybe 2 songs in, I noticed my lantern was flickering. The batteries were new. Brand new. I'd replaced them the week before. Still, I figured maybe I got in a bad pack. I tapped the top, adjusted the dial, but it kept dimming. Then came back full. Then dimmed again, almost like it was reacting to something in the air. That's when the unease started turning into real fear. I started packing up slowly. Not in a rush, not panicked, just methodical. Closed the notebook, fold the chair. I turned to grab the strap, and that's when I felt it. Hot breath on my neck. Heavy, warm, wet. Close. I froze. I'm not a small guy. 6 feet 5 inches, around 175 pounds. I play lacrosse. I lift. I know how to handle myself. But in that moment, I couldn't move. Every muscle locked up. My breathing stopped. I didn't even blink. It was like my body knew something my brain hadn't figured out yet. Whatever was behind me wasn't an animal. It wasn't wind. It wasn't anything I understood. I stood like that for what felt like minutes, though it was probably only seconds. Then it made a sound. The closest thing I can compare it to is nails on a chalkboard, but deeper, slower, more distorted. Like metal scraping metal, but drawn out and wrong. It hit me in the chest like a shockwave. I turned and swung the folded chair in a wide arc. Pure instinct. But I hit nothing. There was nothing behind me. I spun in a circle, heart hammering so hard I could barely hear. The lantern flickered, then steadied. I looked everywhere. Trees, shadows, ground. Then I saw it. About 30 feet away, partially hidden behind a tree, something was watching me. It was tall, at least as tall as me, and thin. Almost too thin. I couldn't see details. No face, just the outline of a head. Pale, featureless, not glowing or anything, just flat. Wrong, like it shouldn't be there. And it didn't move. It just stared. Then the sound came again, and I swear I heard a second one, far off. I ran. I didn't even grab my chair, just a notebook and lantern. I tore through the woods, branches slapping my arms, thorns catching my jeans. I didn't care. I didn't think. I just ran. My lungs burned. My legs started to cramp, but I didn't stop. I could feel something behind me, not close but not far. That same feeling, that pressure, that wrongness. I made it back to the car, dove in, slammed the door, and locked it. My hand was shaking so bad I could barely get the key in the ignition. I finally started the engine and peeled out, tires kicking up gravel. I didn't calm down until I hit the main highway 20 minutes later. The next few days, I couldn't sleep. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw that shape behind the tree. I started keeping the lights on at night, double-checking the locks. I couldn't explain what I'd seen, and that made it worse. I went back a week later, not alone, with my dad. I didn't tell him everything, just said I wanted to pick up some gear I'd left behind. We walked the trail during the day. The weather was the same. Same cold air, same fallen leaves. We got to the spot, and my chair was still there. Nothing disturbed. Nothing weird, except one thing. On the stump I'd been sitting next to, someone had carved something. A line of shallow slashes, all in a row. Perfectly straight. About 6 inches long. 7 of them. No footprints. No trash. Just those lines. I took a picture and we left. I never went back. I turned to my nature journal with just the first entry. I told my teacher the rest were written but lost. He gave me a B. I stopped hiking alone after that. I started running at the gym instead. I told myself it was the cold, or college applications, or just growing up. But it wasn't. I don't know what I saw that night. I don't know what followed me. But it was real. I felt it. I heard it. I saw it. And whatever it wasn't a ghost or monster or hallucination. It was something real, something physical, something that knew I was there, something that wanted me to know it was there too. I still go outside, still take walks, still love the quiet, but I don't let my guard down anymore. I don't trust the stillness the way I used to, because sometimes nature isn't peaceful. Sometimes it watches you back, and sometimes it follows. I took the job because it was supposed to be a quiet assignment. Just 6 months, maybe less. The Peruvian Parks Department was short on qualified workers, especially English speakers who could deal with the occasional ecotourism group coming in from the States or Europe. My background was in forestry and law enforcement, perfect for what they were looking for. They flew me in, gave me a rundown, a worn-out khaki uniform that smelled like sweat and jungle mold, and stationed me at a resort right on the edge of a jungle lake. I won't name the place, mostly because I don't want trouble. Let's just say it was in the lower Amazon, where the water is dark, flat, and still, and the trees grow so thick the canopy never really lets in the sun. The lake didn't have a current, just a round, dead basin full of warm, silent water. No streams feeding in or out that I could see. It was the kind of place where noise didn't carry. Not because it was quiet. The jungle never shuts up, but because the density swallowed every sound. The lodge had a history. It was built sometime in the 80s or 90s, when the drug trade had its teeth deep in the region. One of the older rangers said the place used to be a holding spot for DEA operations, sort of unofficially official. Interrogation base, detention site. Not much documentation on it, but you could still find weird stuff in the storage rooms. File cabinets with rusted locks, old satellite phones with dead batteries, some zip ties, a broken camcorder. That kind of thing. The locals didn't like to talk about it. I arrived at the start of the wet season. The jungle was thick with humidity, the kind that gets into your bones. Everything was damp. Not just the clothes or the walls, but your skin, your thoughts, even your sleep. It was me, Two Peruvian rangers who barely spoke English, a cook, a young woman who handled logistics and supplies, and a caretaker named Arnaldo. He never spoke much, but he did walk the grounds every night with a flashlight. Never missed a night. The first week or two passed in a blur. I checked boundary lines, updated inventory, cleared paths where the underbrush had taken over, and tried not to drown in sweat. The bugs were brutal. You'd think with all that water the mosquitoes would be the worst, but no, it was the little ones. Gnats that bit and flew in your ears. Ants that stung. Spiders the size of my palm. I got used to it after a while, or at least I pretended I did. The jungle didn't scare me. I'd worked forests before, black bear territory in Montana, coastal redwoods in California, even brush fires out west. I was used to being alone in places where most people wouldn't last a day. What started getting under my skin wasn't the trees or the heat. It was the lake. There was something wrong with it. I didn't believe in ghost stories. I still don't. But that lake was too quiet. I spent hours sitting near the bank, just watching. No ripples. No fish jumping. No birds skimming the surface. It was like nature avoided it. Even the frogs that screamed all night seemed to skip that stretch of water. And then there were the drownings. The first happened 2 weeks after I arrived. A local boy, maybe 16, who had helped with supply deliveries, was found floating face down near the far end of the lake. No injuries, no signs of struggle, just dead. They said he was a strong swimmer, the kind of kid who grew up in the water. His father pulled his body out himself. I helped carry him to the truck. Rigor mortis hadn't set in yet. He was still warm. The second happened a few days later. A tourist from Chile. She'd gone out on a canoe after dinner. People were always told not to go out after dark, but they never listened. They found her boat overturned in the reeds the next morning. Her body wasn't recovered until the third day. No marks, no water in her lungs either. The autopsy, such as it was out there, said cardiac arrest. But she was only 29 and ran marathons. After that, I started paying closer attention to Arnaldo. Every night, just after sundown, he'd start his rounds. Flashlight in hand, slow and methodical, same path. Always near the edge of the lake. I followed him one night from a distance. I thought maybe he knew something. He moved like someone who had a map in his head, someone who wasn't searching for something new, but checking if something had changed. He'd stop at certain trees, shine his light along the ground, step into the underbrush, wait a few seconds, then move on. At one point, I thought he looked straight at me, but he didn't react, just kept walking. That night, I couldn't sleep. The next morning, I asked one of the Peruvian rangers if Arnaldo had worked there long. The man just nodded and said, "Muchos años." I let it drop. There wasn't going to be much more detail than that. I started my own patrols at night. I didn't have to. It wasn't part of the job. But I needed to know what he was looking for. I figured maybe there were poachers or illegal fishermen or animals coming out of the forest. But I never saw anything unusual. Just Arnaldo and the beam of his flashlight sweeping across the same patches of jungle. Then I found the footprints. They were small. Not child-sized exactly, but small. Narrow. Deep impressions, sunk into the muddy bank like the person had stood still there for a long time. I found them in the morning. 2 different sets, maybe 15 feet apart. Both pointed toward the lake. I measured them against my own boot prints. They weren't fresh, maybe a day or 2 old, but they weren't animal. Toes, heel, arch barefoot. Human. I didn't tell anyone. I wasn't sure what to make of it. There were no paths leading to or from them. No broken branches, no disturbed foliage, just the prints and the still water of the lake. The next night, I skipped dinner and sat out near the spot. I brought a thermos of coffee, a flashlight, and a machete. I didn't know what I expected. I just knew that those footprints hadn't been there before, and I wanted to know who or what was leaving them. It started raining around midnight. A slow, steady drizzle that soaked everything but didn't cool anything down. The heat just turned heavy like it was pressing against your skin. I must have dozed off because I woke up to a sound I couldn't place. Not an animal sound. Not footsteps either. More like movement. A rustling but steady. Measured. Like someone dragging cloth through wet leaves. I stayed still. Didn't move. Just reached slowly for my flashlight. When I turned it on, there was nothing. But the footprints were back. New ones. Right at the edge of the water. Just one set this time, and they were deeper than the others. Still wet, as if whoever had made them had just stepped away or into the lake. That was the night I stopped patrolling. Over the next few weeks, the drownings continued. A guide went under during a swim. Then a German tourist who never even went near the water. He was found face down in a puddle by the boat launch. They said he fell. I checked the security feed. It had cut out for 3 hours that night. Unusual, but not impossible out here. Then Arnaldo disappeared. He didn't report for breakfast. His flashlight was found on the dock. Still on. The batteries drained. No one looked for him. I tried. I spent 2 days checking the shore, the woods, the old footpaths. Nothing. The other staff barely talked about it, like it was expected. When the higher-ups came through for the next audit, I asked to be reassigned. I told them the humidity was making me sick. Said I had headaches, night sweats. They believed me. Signed the papers. Put me on a boat out. As we pulled away from the dock, I looked back. The lake didn't move. Not a ripple. Just that flat, dead water reflecting the trees. I didn't sleep during the ride back, and I've never returned. Now, years later, I've started seeing the patterns. The footprints, the drownings, the silence. There was no ghost, no creature, just a pattern, a repeated one. Someone, or something, had used that lake for years. Maybe since before the lodge was built. Maybe since before the DEA set up shop. They thought it was Dwins, little forest men who led people to drown. But it wasn't. It was people, human people. I think Arnaldo was checking for signs of someone returning. Not a monster, a group, a ritual, or maybe just one man, someone who used the lake like a trap, or a graveyard. The reason the birds didn't skim it? Maybe they knew. The reason no one fished in it? Maybe they knew. That's why I won't go back. Because there's nothing supernatural about men hiding bodies in water that never moves. And whatever I saw out there, it wasn't a myth. It was something a lot worse. It was real. I was raised by a man I called Dad, even though he isn't my biological father. He's the only real parent I ever had. He bought a piece of land when I was still a young kid. 20 acres of dense, thick woods that hadn't been touched in probably decades, if not longer. Nothing but trees and underbrush, roots sticking out like bones from the ground, and the kind of quiet that hums in your ears when the wind isn't blowing. We cut a winding trail through it ourselves. Took weeks. It was too low near the road, prone to flooding. So we had to move uphill back into the thick of it until we found a high ridge where we built our first small cabin. Later we built a bigger one, a proper place for Dad to live with a bedroom, a kitchen, and a bathroom that ran off a septic system we dug ourselves. But those early years were spent in the small one. No plumbing, no real heat except a little wood stove, and no insulation. Just raw plywood and nails, tin roof rattling when the wind picked up. I was maybe 10 when we finished it. I've always loved the outdoors because of how I was raised. Fishing, hiking, chopping wood, tracking animals. I was doing all that while other kids were glued to game consoles. I became a park ranger later in life, and I've worked in some remote places, but nothing I've experienced in my job has ever felt like that land. Not even close. That land has always made my skin crawl. And I don't mean in a ghost story way or some cheap horror movie sense. I mean the deep gut, back of the neck primal sense. Like you're being watched. Like the woods don't want you there. I've tried to explain this to people, but they don't get it. It's not a thing you can describe well. It's just a feeling and it's strong. Even when I was little, I felt it. I remember camping out there as a kid, just me and Dad, sitting by the fire. And I'd hear it. Someone walking, slow footsteps through dry leaves, maybe 30 or 40 feet behind us in the woods. Always just out of the firelight. We'd spin around and shine our flashlights. Nothing. No one. Sometimes I'd catch a glimpse of a figure. Just a person-shaped outline. No sound, no motion. Just standing there, then gone when the light hit it. It didn't make sense. I tried to explain it to myself 100 different ways. Trick of the light. Shadows. Wind blowing branches. But the part that always messed with me was the feeling. Like someone was close. Like they were just behind you. I remember one night being so certain someone was right over my shoulder that I dropped the pot. I was holding and spun around. I nearly fell into the fire doing it. And there was nothing. Just dark. It wasn't just me either. I started bringing friends out there when I got older, middle school, then high school. They loved the idea at first. We'd hike the old deer trails and follow the dry creek bed in the dry season. We'd build little shelters and pretend we were surviving in the wild. It was fun, but at night, total change. The first night was always the same. One of them would go out to pee and come back pale and shaking, refusing to talk. Just sitting on their sleeping bag, hugging their knees, eyes darting toward the door like they were waiting for something to come through it. Eventually, I kept the small cabin stocked with 4 lanterns, 3 old oil ones and 1 battery-powered. We made sure we had extra batteries and oil every time. No one wanted to be in the dark, not even with the fire lit up outside. The fire did help, but not enough. The light never seemed to reach far enough. Like the dark out, there was thicker than normal. I know how stupid that sounds. It's just how it felt. Everyone who stayed there said the same thing eventually. After a while, only 2 or 3 friends were ever willing to come back. They'd walk trails all day and act tough, but the second the sun dropped, they wouldn't step outside, not even to pee. We started bringing a bucket for that reason. It was embarrassing, but nobody argued. No one wanted to be alone out there at night. I stopped camping overnight sometime in my early 20s. I'd visit during the day, help Dad chop wood or clean up storm debris, but I'd always leave before dusk. Dad never had a problem with it. He says he feels at peace out there, says the woods are alive and welcome him, that he feels connected to the land. I don't get it. I've never felt welcome there. I've always felt like I was being tolerated at best, or like something was just barely holding itself back from acting on something worse. The last time I stayed overnight was around 12 years ago. I remember because it was one of those periods in life when everything had gone sideways. Work stress, relationship problems, bills piling up. I needed a break. I figured, why not go back to basics? Build a fire, cook some meat over coals, sleep under the stars. That kind of thing. Old comforts. I didn't plan to stay overnight at first. Just brought a cooler, a few tools, and some firewood. But the day was peaceful. Deer were moving through the brush. Birds were chirping. Even saw a hawk dive on something in the dry creek bed. The air smelled clean, and the wind was gentle. It reminded me of better days. So I decided, screw it, I'll stay the night. I got the fire pit going early. Threw on some oak and let it burn down to good coals. Made myself dinner, steak and potatoes in foil, the way we used to. Cracked a beer. Sat back in one of those fold-out camp chairs and let the warmth soak in. The moon was out, nearly full. The trees rustled softly. It was nice. I started to think maybe I'd been wrong all these years. Maybe it really was all in my head. Maybe I'd picked up on something spooky as a kid and just carried that fear forward. Around 2 a.m., I was still up. The fire had died down some, but there was enough light to see the area around the pit. The night air was cool, but not cold. I was relaxed. I hadn't been that relaxed in months. And then just like that, it hit me. This feeling, like a punch in the chest. No sound, no movement, just this wave of absolute dread. Heart dropping, skin prickling, mouth going dry. It was the kind of feeling you get when someone tells you your friend just died in a car crash. That sudden collapse of your insides. And all I was doing was staring at a fire. I stood up immediately. I didn't even think about it. My brain didn't reason. My body just moved. I grabbed the cabin door, opened it, stepped in, slammed it shut, and locked it. And when I turned around to close the solid inner door behind the screen one, I saw it. Across the fire pit, on the far side where the trees start again, there was a shape. Just standing there. A man. Maybe. Or something shaped like a man. No face. No clothes. No shine in the eyes. Just an outline, darker than the dark around it. Not moving. The firelight should have lit up the trees behind it. But it didn't. The light stopped at it. Then I blinked and it was gone. Just like that. I barely slept that night. Sat with my back against the inner wall of the cabin, holding a fire poker in one hand and a lantern in the other. Every tiny creak of wood or wind rustling branches made me twitch. I kept checking the windows, expecting to see a face staring back. But nothing came. Nothing ever does. That's the worst part. It's not what happens. It's what feels like it could happen at any second. I left the next morning the second the sky started to lighten. Didn't eat. Didn't even pack right. Just threw everything in the truck and drove. I didn't look in a rearview mirror once until I hit pavement. That was 12 years ago. I haven't stayed a night there since. I still visit Dad during the day. He's older now, moves slower, but still loves the place. Says it's peaceful. Still thinks the land accepts him. But me? I keep my visits short. I watch the sky. I always leave by sundown. If something breaks or needs fixing and it's late, I tell him I'll be back tomorrow. I've left tools behind just to avoid staying past dark. And if something happens and I do get caught there near dusk, I either stay locked inside his big cabin until dawn, or I jog to my truck and drive fast until I see other houses again. I don't talk about this with people often. They'll either think I'm nuts or start giving me stories about spirits and hauntings, and I don't want any of that. I'm not saying the land is cursed or anything. I'm saying it's off. It's wrong in some way I can't describe. There's something there that doesn't want people. Or maybe just doesn't want me. Dad's fine with it. He's never had a bad night, not once. But every single time I go there, I feel watched. Every single time I leave, I feel like I'm being followed to the edge of the property. Not by something chasing me, but by something that just watches. That knows I don't belong there. You can call it paranoia, say it's stress, or leftover childhood fear. But I've worked in national parks across the country. I've dealt with mountain lions, black bears, poachers, drug camps, even a body once. I know what real fear looks and feels like. I've had guns pulled on me. I've had to drag people out of the backcountry in whiteouts. But nothing, and I mean nothing, makes me feel the way that land does. And maybe that's all it is. A feeling. But feelings can be powerful. They're how your brain tells you something's not right, even when you can't explain why. So now, I don't camp there. I don't walk the trails alone anymore. I don't go past the small cabin. I don't stay after dark. I keep my eyes open. I listen for the sound of leaves crunching that shouldn't be crunching. I watch the shadows. And I never, ever let the fire die down again. I've been a park ranger for over 15 years. Mostly Forest Service, some time with wildlife management, a couple years posted near the Alps. I've seen my share of unsettling things. Creatures mangled by traps, abandoned campsites with food half-cooked, and belongings scattered like whoever was there got up and ran. But none of that really stuck with me. Not the way this one did. Back in the summer of 2009, I took a seasonal transfer with the forestry department on the French-German border, somewhere out near the Vosges. I was mostly working to monitor illegal dumping and enforce some of the newer wild camping restrictions that had gone into effect that year. Not a glamorous job, but it got me out of the office. Most of my days were spent patrolling on foot or in a small government-issued 4x4 van. I'd check clearings, trailheads, the occasional cabin, and logging roads. Not too many people around, especially if you ventured off the main roads. Just thick woods, stretches of fog that didn't burn off until late in the day, and sometimes those long, weird silences where the forest felt like it was waiting for something. That week I'd been assigned to check some areas east of a small town called Skirmek. It was an odd place, not in any creepy way, just sleepy. Quiet folks, a few old farmhouses scattered along narrow lanes, and the usual mix of trailheads and woodcutters. A lot of backcountry, and almost no real overnight camping sites. People still did it, though, and that's where I came in. I was supposed to make sure nobody was starting fires, dumping waste, or camping too close to water sources. One evening, around mid-July, I was coming up on the end of my shift. I checked my last few map points and was headed back toward the access road when I noticed an old camper van parked just barely off the dirt path. It wasn't in a designated spot. Technically, it was over the limit for proximity to the tree line, which meant I had to go check it out. I didn't recognize the plates, which wasn't unusual. This part of France drew in a lot of travelers from Germany, Belgium, even as far as the UK. As I got closer, I saw that the van was an old converted bus. Not a modern motorhome, more like a 70s era school bus someone had painted beige and turned into a livable vehicle. It had roof racks, vents, curtains drawn across the front, and what looked like solar panels rigged to the top. These people weren't just taking a weekend trip. They were likely living out of that thing. The engine still ticked softly like it had been running recently. The area smelled faintly of gas and dry pine needles. I didn't see anyone outside, but a little table and two folding chairs were set up by the passenger side, both empty. A cold cup of coffee sat untouched. I approached slowly, radio on my belt, standard issue flashlight, and clipboard in hand. I wasn't here to scare anyone. Usually I'd just remind them of the camping regulations and suggest they move to an official site. But I felt something different this time. Not danger exactly, but that soft little prickle at the base of the neck, like when you wake up and feel like you forgot something important. I noticed the twigs first. They weren't randomly scattered like storm debris. Someone had arranged them. Hundreds of them, small brittle branches no longer than a pencil, laid out in tight, overlapping patterns that stretched from the back of the van all the way into the woods. At first glance, they looked like messy symbols, but as I walked alongside the trail, I realized the sticks had been laid in careful X shapes, each one slightly overlapping the last, like a long, narrow ladder stretching into the dark. It was meticulous, almost obsessive, each stick placed with a kind of patience I couldn't understand. I followed the pattern, maybe 50 meters in. The forest got denser, light slipping away under heavy pine boughs. The trail curved slightly downhill toward a small clearing, and that's when I saw the house. It was barely a structure, more like a shack. Low roof, uneven planks nailed haphazardly, a single stone chimney curling a thin line of smoke into the evening air. It looked like it had been there for decades, maybe longer. There was no visible driveway, no road in sight, just forest swallowing it on every side, and there was a man standing beside it. He didn't move when I saw him. He just stood there, maybe 20 meters off, still as a post between two trees. He looked young, early 30s, maybe, with dark hair and pale skin. He wasn't holding anything, and he wasn't doing anything, just watching me. I stood there for maybe a minute, tried to decide whether to wave or speak up. Something about him made me keep my mouth shut. Not because he looked dangerous, he didn't, but because his presence didn't feel right. There was no reaction from him, no curiosity, no surprise, not even annoyance. Just calm, unreadable staring. I turned around and walked back to the camper van. By then the lights were on inside. Through the drawn curtains, I could see a man moving around, and another silhouette, likely a woman. I knocked gently and stepped back, identifying myself. The man opened the door halfway. He looked tired, older than me, with a kind of casual calm in his eyes. We talked briefly. I explained the camping limits and suggested a proper campsite a few kilometers west. He nodded politely, but didn't seem interested in moving. I mentioned the twig pattern and the man in the woods, more a small talk than anything else. He barely reacted. Said he saw the guy too. Told me the guy had been watching them since they arrived. Said he figured it was just a local who didn't like strangers near his home. There was no fear in his voice. He wasn't being dismissive either, just flat, like he'd already come to terms with it. I left the area around dusk, drove down to the base cabin, wrote up my notes for the day, and turned in. That night, I couldn't sleep well. The image of the twig trail and that guy's face stayed in my head. I told myself I'd go back the next morning to check on things, make sure the campers had moved on and that the man by the shack wasn't causing problems. I returned around 7 a.m. The bus was gone. No chairs, no table, no coffee cup. Just tire tracks and the faint remains of those twig patterns, now trampled or broken by feet. The trail toward the shack was still there, but less distinct. I followed it again, past the curve in the trail. The shack was empty. No smoke from the chimney. No man. In fact, the entire clearing fell off. Not like it had been abandoned, but like it was never fully used to begin with. I checked the perimeter. There was no outhouse, no water barrel, no fire pit. Just that strange house with no clear function and a door that looked like it hadn't been opened in years. I didn't enter. I never do, unless I have to. As I was turning to leave, I noticed something under the corner of the house. A hole had been dug there recently. Just a shallow pit, maybe 2 feet wide and half a meter deep. The earth was dark and loose, and next to it was a small pile of discarded sticks, just like the ones on the trail. Dozens of them. That was enough for me. I left the area and filed my report back at the station. I noted suspicious activity, possible squatting, and recommended another sweep in a few days. But I never went back. 2 weeks later, I was on a break when I got into a casual talk with one of the local farmers at a small diner in town. I mentioned the area, just lightly, trying to feel out whether people knew anything about the house. He looked at me funny and said there hadn't been a livable structure in that part of the woods for decades. Something about the land being swampy or cursed. Old folk talk, mostly, but he did say something that caught my attention. He said hikers often avoided that area, not because of danger, but because it felt wrong. I pressed him, but he just shrugged, said his father used to warn them not to go there at night, that the woods there didn't sleep the same way other parts of the forest did. Over the next year, I never saw that camper van again. I never saw the man or the twig trails either. But sometimes, even now, when I'm in dense woods by myself and the air gets quiet in that way that makes your breath sound too loud, I think about the woman who sat in that bus, asking her boyfriend to leave. I think about how he shrugged it off until it was too late. How he saw something in the dark that made him run. Just a face, a smile, a stare that cracked him open. We never learn what people out there want. Sometimes they don't want anything. Sometimes they just watch. And sometimes they wait. I've worked as a ranger for about 13 years now, mostly in the Nordic parts of Europe, southern Sweden to be exact. People usually think of pine forests, peaceful lakes, and the occasional elk when they hear about this region, and they're not wrong. It's calm country, cold in the winter, muddy in the spring, full of buzzing insects and biting wind in summer, and that damp, rot-smelling air in the fall that tells you everything's going to sleep again. But sometimes, when you're out there long enough, really living in it, not just hiking a few hours or camping over the weekend, you see things that don't make sense. Not mystical things. I'm not talking about ghosts or anything like that. I mean things that don't fit. Things that shouldn't be there. Things that might not seem dangerous right away, but sit heavy in your chest like a warning. This story is about one of those things, and I've never been able to fully explain it. It started a few months after I transferred from a park district near Kalmar to a more isolated post in Kronoberg County. I was in my early 30s then. Fit, experienced, quiet. The forest here was thick and dark in places, mostly fir and pine, with some old farmland and abandoned houses scattered deep within. The job was standard. Trail checks, wildlife monitoring, making sure campers weren't lighting fires in dry zones, and then helping someone who'd wandered off their GPS track. Cell signal is spotty in these parts, so people get turned around fast. The land remembers old paths, not the digital ones. I've been at the new post about 5 months when I got a message from my supervisor. There were some reports from local farmers about wild boar activity near the east perimeter of the reserve, a patch that bordered private forest land. No major threat, but worth checking out. I loaded my pack with the basics: radio, water, flare, notebook, emergency blanket, and a sidearm, standard issue here, though we almost never have reason to use it. Weather was damp, around 6 degrees Celsius, that kind of early spring day where your boots sink a little into the moss. The snow had melted just weeks before, so the ground was still draining. I started the patrol late morning, following an old logging road that hadn't been used in decades. It was mostly overgrown, but I could still see the tire tracks from long before. Trees leaned in close above me. Not a sound, but my own footsteps and the occasional chirp of tits or the rat tap of a woodpecker somewhere out of sight. About 3 kilometers in, I found signs of boar, fresh rooting in the moss, a few clumps of black hair snagged on a low branch. Nothing unusual. I marked on my map and kept walking. That's when I noticed something. The trees changed, subtle at first, just different spacing. Then I saw that the forest floor was unusually clear of brush in this section, like someone had cleared it at some point and it never fully grew back. The canopy above felt too tight, like the branches were pressing down more than they should. I chalked it up to topography and kept going. Then I saw the clearing. It was about 20 meters across, a wide circle surrounded by skinny firs and some leafless birch. In the center stood a set of stairs. Not wooden steps, not a modern structure. These were stone. Rough, weathered granite blocks, about waist high, stacked in a staircase that led to nothing. No platform, no foundation, no old ruin, just stairs. I stopped at the edge of the clearing, scanning. My first thought was that it was part of an old farmstead, maybe a root cellar or entrance to a building long gone. But I didn't see any other stones or foundation nearby. Just moss, lichen, and forest duff. What struck me wasn't just how out of place the stairs were. It was how untouched they looked. The surrounding area had moss and leaf litter everywhere. But the steps were clean, not freshly scrubbed, but like they shed debris naturally. No moss growing on the treads, only on the sides. I walked around the edge of the clearing in a full circle. No animal tracks, no human prints. It was like nothing had entered this space in a long time. I approached the stairs slowly, notebook in hand. As I crossed into the clearing, I felt a sudden drop in temperature. A real drop, not just a passing chill. It was colder in the clearing by a few degrees. Moist too, like walking into a damp cave. I stepped closer and crouched by the base of the stairs. The stones were definitely granite, chipped in places. But something was off. The edges weren't worn down evenly. Some were sharp, almost freshly broken. Others had smooth curves like they'd been exposed to water for a long time. But why would parts of the same stairway erode differently? I climbed one step, then another. I paused on the third. The forest sound had changed. The bird song was gone. No wind, no distant woodpeckers. Just silence. I stood there, halfway up a staircase that led nowhere, and I felt my skin go tight like my body knew something my mind hadn't caught up to yet. Then I heard it. A single, high-pitched shriek. Not an animal. Not a bird. Not a fox. It came from directly in front of me, above where the stairs ended in midair. I ducked instantly, reached for my sidearm, but there was nothing there. Just a sound, sharp and short. Then gone. I backed down slowly. My boots felt heavier than before, like the air was thickening. Once I was off the stairs, I walked backward out of the clearing until I was back under the trees. Then I turned and walked fast, but controlled, down the old logging road. I didn't stop until I was 2 kilometers out and the air felt normal again. I didn't mention it to anyone. I didn't log the clearing or the stairs in the report. I couldn't explain what I saw and didn't want to deal with the smirks from the older rangers or the emails from admin asking if I needed time off. But something had shaken loose in my memory. When I got home that evening, I couldn't sleep. I lay on the couch and stared at the ceiling, trying to piece it together. Then it hit me like a wave. I'd been there before. Not in that exact spot, maybe, but something like it. A memory from when I was a child. I must have been 7 or 8. I lived in a small red house in Smaland, deep in the woods. After school, I always went to a friend's house while our parents worked. His place was even deeper in the forest, on an old gravel road surrounded by overgrown fields and mossy boulders. We spent every afternoon outside. Our only rule was to come back for dinner. We played with toy swords his dad had made from aluminum. We chased birds, climbed rocks, dammed little streams with sticks. We thought we ruled the forest. One spring day, we wandered farther than usual. I remember the bright green moss, the cold air still clinging from winter. We came across a clearing. In the center, a stone staircase, almost identical to the one I found years later. No building, just the steps. At the time, it didn't seem strange. We laughed, made up a game about kings and knights, and my friend ran to climb them. I followed behind, but as I crossed into the clearing, I felt sick to my stomach. The air turned cold. I got dizzy. I stopped walking. Then a shriek. My friend fell backward down the steps, landed hard. I thought he was hurt, but he got up fast and ran. I followed. We didn't stop running until we were back at his house. I asked him what happened. He said something hit him. His cheek was red, like he'd been slapped. We never found that spot again. I never told anyone about it, until I found the stairs again as an adult. After that patrol, I couldn't stop thinking about it. I took vacation days and went back to the area off-duty, trying to retrace my steps. GPS didn't help. The location didn't show up on any of the topo maps. No signs, no ruins registered in the archives. It was like the place didn't exist. But I know what I saw. I know what I felt. I haven't gone back since. Whatever that place is, it's not meant to be found. Not twice. I'll log it now, here, because maybe someone else has seen something similar. Maybe someone else remembers stairs to nowhere in a forest that shouldn't have them. Maybe I'm not the only one who stood in that cold clearing, unsure of what they were looking at, and felt something staring back. Just because there's no ghost doesn't mean it isn't real. Some places don't need stories to be terrifying. They just are. I worked seasonally as a park ranger for almost 6 years. 3 of those were in the backcountry. It wasn't glamorous, and it sure as hell wasn't what you see in those pretty tourism ads or YouTube travel vlogs. I didn't give talks at the amphitheater or pose for sunset photos at overlooks. I hiked long trails in the heat, checked backcountry permits, picked up trash, fixed signs, and sometimes helped with minor search and rescue. There were peaceful moments, sure, but it was mostly work, and some of it stuck with me longer than I expected. One memory in particular. But before that, I need to give you the real picture. During my off season in 2016, I stayed with a buddy from high school, Trevor. We both grew up in a logging town in northern Washington. He was the kind of guy who loved the idea of going primitive, not in a cosplay kind of way. He wasn't one of those off-grid doomsday types, but he liked pushing his limits. We both did, and that's where it started. Every few weeks in late spring and early summer, we'd head out to the woods for what we called our drop weeks. One of our friends would drop us off along a forest highway. No service, no amenities, nothing but gravel and the tall trees around us. We'd pick a trail or logging road that hadn't been maintained in years, mark our trees with a simple X using a knife, and go deeper each time. We brought basic gear. No tents, just a tarp, a couple knives, a pot, fishing line, iodine tablets, some matches, a flint stick, and a flashlight. We'd pack light, so we could hike long and fast. We were no survival experts, but we weren't stupid either. We knew how to boil water, forage a little, set small traps, and build a shelter. It was never about doing anything extreme. It was about getting away from everything and living simple, even if just for a few days. This one trip was supposed to be like the others. It was early June. We'd had a few light showers the week before, and the ground was soft, but the sky had cleared up. Trevor's girlfriend dropped us off about 60 miles out on a Friday. The plan was simple. Go in for 5 days, mark the trees as usual, build shelter and stay moving, then hike back out and get picked up Wednesday morning. I remember the air was still and cool, the kind of fresh that fills your lungs with that damn pine smell. Everything felt routine. For the first day and a half, it was the same rhythm. Hike, mark, rest, hike more. We were deeper in than ever before, past old fire roads, overgrown ATV trails, dry stream beds. I remember the trees changing to more Douglas firs the deeper we got, some easily over 80 feet tall. There were no other hikers, no trash, no signs of campers. We had a duck under thick brush in parts, and I was getting scratched up from thorns. But it was quiet and peaceful. It felt like we were the only people in the world. On the third day, around mid-afternoon, we were moving slow. We hadn't eaten much, just a few dry berries and a tiny chipmunk that Trevor managed to snare. We were scouting for more food when we came across this thick patch of brush. We figured maybe there were berries in there, so we pushed through. That's when we saw it. A pond, right in the middle of nowhere. I don't mean a small puddle or marshy spot. This was a proper pond. About 50 yards across, maybe more, and nearly a perfect oval. Surrounded by towering pines and thick undergrowth, it looked untouched. No stream fed into it and no visible outlet. Just this stagnant, still body of water that seemed way too random to be there. I didn't think much of it at the time. I mean, glacial terrain leaves weird stuff behind. The mountains do what they want. A kettle pond, maybe, or a spring-fed one that dried into a basin. We were tired and hungry, and more than anything, we just wanted a flat spot to build shelter and rest. We built a lean-to a few feet from the pond, collected dry branches, reinforced it with sticks and bark, and started a fire using our flint and dry moss. It took a while to get the fire going, and we had to stay close to the flames to keep the bugs away. But once the smoke started to rise, we settled in. That night was quiet, almost too quiet. There's usually something, crickets, wind in the trees, frogs, maybe a distant owl. But there was nothing. just stillness, like everything around us was holding its breath. The pond reflected the moon like a mirror, and for a moment, it felt peaceful again. We talked about hiking back the next day. Since we hadn't found much food, the plan was to get an early start. I must have dozed off sometime past midnight. Then I heard the splash. Not like a fish jumping. It was loud, deep, like something heavy had dropped into the water. I shot up, heart pounding, and looked out across the pond. The moon gave just enough light to see faint ripples moving outward across the surface. The air was cold now, still dead quiet. I looked around. Trevor wasn't next to me. Panic hit me right in the chest. I called out for him, not loud, just enough to break the silence, and started scanning the pond. But then I heard branches crunch behind me. I spun around, and there he was, coming out from the trees. Said he just gotta take a piss. He saw my face and kind of laughed it off. I didn't say much. I told him what I heard, and he shrugged it off as a dream or maybe a beaver. I lay back down, but I didn't sleep. I stared at the pond. The moon had dropped lower, casting a half shadow across the water. And just as my eyes started to close again, I saw something. From the far side of the pond, something dark moved, fast and low, into the water. I couldn't tell what it was. It wasn't a deer. It wasn't a bear. It moved more like a human, but on all fours and hunched. The water barely made a sound this time, just a small ripple pushing outward. I leaned over to Trevor to ask if he saw it, but he was out cold. I told myself maybe it was a raccoon or something, or maybe I was overtired, hallucinating, but it didn't feel like that. I've had hunger fog and heat stroke before. This was different. I felt awake, aware. I scanned the ground near me, grabbed the emergency flashlight we kept nearby, and aimed it at the water. Nothing. No ripples. No movement. Just a pond, still and quiet like before. I sat back, heart still racing, and tried to tell myself I was just spooked. But the feeling in my gut didn't go away. It was like something in my body knew better than my brain. After a few minutes of sitting in silence, I woke Trevor up. I didn't explain everything. I just said I felt off, and he could see it in my face. He rubbed his eyes and said he was getting a weird vibe too. We both agreed. Let's pack up and head back. We'd get a head start before the sun came up. We threw dirt over the fire, grabbed our gear, and started heading back. It wasn't fast at first. We were walking light, scanning for our tree markings in the dark. But then, about 3 minutes into the hike, we heard it again. A splash. Louder this time. Way louder. We both stopped, looked back in the direction of the pond. There was no way that sound came from that far away. We had already put distance behind us, unless something massive had jumped in or followed us. We didn't say anything, just looked at each other and ran. There's no way to explain what that felt like unless you've done it. Running in the dark woods, flashlight beam bouncing off trees, heart slamming in your chest, barely seeing the trail, hoping every marked tree shows up in time. We didn't talk, didn't stop, just pushed forward with that adrenaline-fueled clarity. After 5 minutes, we stopped to catch our breath. My chest was burning. Trevor looked pale. We didn't hear anything behind us, just the sound of our own breathing. Then came the howl. It was low, distant, like a wolf, but deeper, slower, like it came through the ground itself. The kind of sound that you feel more than you hear. It didn't rise and fall like a coyote. It just hung there long and heavy. Then silence again. We moved fast after that. We hiked nearly all day without rest. Stopped only to drink from our bottles and check for landmarks. Every time we slowed, the image of that water stirred in my mind. That splash, those ripples, that shape moving toward us. We made it back to the road just before dusk. Called our ride on the emergency phone. She showed up half an hour later. We climbed in, sat in silence most of the way home. Didn't even stop for food like we usually did. We never went back. I tried to rationalize it later. Maybe it was a bear, maybe a moose. Maybe we stumbled near nesting ground and startled something. But there's nothing I've ever seen or heard in that part of the state that moved like that. Nothing that stalks in silence like that. We looked at maps later. Satellite views. That pond doesn't even show up. I did one more season as a ranger after that. But I never camped off trail again. Some places aren't meant for people. And whatever was in that pond didn't want us there. It was a Tuesday when the alarm went off. Early morning, the kind of early that still feels like night. I was alone in the base station near the foot of Pikes Peak, part of the long, quiet ridgeline looking out over dense pine stretches and deep, shadowed valleys. Most people think of Colorado and think pretty. What they don't think about are the places people never go. The forest corridors that don't show up on trail maps. The pockets of terrain that look normal from a distance, but hold on to stories that make men like me clench their jaw in the night. I've been at this job for 9 years. I was what they call a forest systems operator, a title they give to the few rangers who are trained to monitor environmental anomalies and assist in recovery work. I'd seen plenty over the years. Lost hikers, dead animals with no cause of death, whether that made no damn sense. And then there were the stairs. Goddamn stairs. We discovered the first set of stairs 3 years back. Or rather, we hadn't. A hunter stumbled on them and called in a report thinking they were some kind of old Ranger fire lookout remains. He was wrong. There were no metal bolts, no fasteners, no construction plans. The stairs weren't even attached to anything. Just a staircase in the middle of the woods. No rail, no platform, just 13 steps going up and then nothing. We cordoned them off, ran tests, found nothing, and then they moved. Yeah, that part wasn't easy to explain to the regional brass. But the thing is, it wasn't just that they relocated. It's that they seemed to show up only after something else happened. We began to suspect a pattern. Forest temperature spikes, sudden radiation bursts, and what we came to call the wells. I was on shift monitoring one of the old well sites, naturally occurring sinkholes that we'd retrofitted with sensor arrays to detect seismic and electromagnetic activity. The theory was simple. If something was stirring under the rock, we'd see the ripple first. That's why we called them wells. Because they bubbled. Because they showed us reflections of things we didn't fully understand yet. It was just jargon. No magic. No ghosts. Just a way to manage the madness in technical language. When the alarm blared, I was drinking coffee and checking wind direction charts. My head snapped toward the screen, then back toward the observation window. Beyond the glass, about 200 yards down the ridge, I could see the shimmer, a distortion in the air like heat rising off pavement, but tighter, denser. It was over the Pikes Peak well. I stood, dumped my cup, and threw on my gear. The suit was a pain in the ass. Kevlar reinforced jumpsuit with padded shoulders and a clunky mask mount. Designed for hazard zones, but never quite tailored right. Mine rode up around the thighs and sagged at the chest, but I didn't have time to fix it. The readings from the well were climbing fast, and that only meant one thing. There was movement below the crust. Something was coming up. I hit the deployment switch on the control panel and stepped outside. The stairs weren't there yet, but I knew they would be. I could feel it. Not some sixth sense bullshit, just experience. I'd seen this pattern 4 times before. First the alarm, then the ripple, then the stairs. Then, if we were lucky, nothing. If we weren't lucky, we had to move fast. That's what we were trained for. Outside, the air felt weird. Still like a vacuum. I made my way to the edge of the ridge where the stairs would usually manifest. The ground here was mostly soft rock and mud crust, but the heat and radiation signals had cracked the surface, and I could see faint lines, almost like scars, running through the soil. Then they came. The stairs didn't appear gradually. They were just there 1 second, like someone had lowered them into place. Wood, always wood. 13 steps, stained black like old soot. No handrail, just sitting there on the slope like they belonged to some invisible second floor. I scanned the area, saw nothing else, and then the well flared. It wasn't light, not really. More like distortion again. A shimmer, a bulge in the air above the hole. The sensors blipping wildly now on my headset. There was something in the well, and it wasn't geological. I stepped forward, turned on my tracker, and began descending the stairs. Here's the part one haven't talked about much before. The stairs don't work right. I mean, physically, gravity changes the deeper you go. Not much, just enough to make your legs feel like they're bending wrong. By step 7, my knees ached. By step 11, the pressure was weird in my ears, like descending in an elevator too fast. At step 13, my boots hit forest floor again, but it wasn't exactly the same forest. The terrain here was blurred, like it was close to our world, but not quite synced. That's the best I can explain it. The trees looked right, but seemed quieter. The dirt felt soft, but left no real footprints. And the air tasted metallic. This was where we knew the younglings appeared. I hate that term, younglings. Makes it sound like some fantasy book. But that's what we called them. Lost kids, usually. Disoriented, scared, silent. Always between the ages of 6 and 12. We never found out where they came from. None of them had IDs. Some spoke English. Some didn't. A few wouldn't speak at all. We learned quickly that getting them out was more important than asking questions. If they stayed too long, they vanished. Or worse, I activated the beacon on my suit, a short-range frequency that anchored me to the real world through the well link. As long as it was powered, I could find my way back. If it failed, I'd be out of phase, like a ghost in the wrong coordinates. That happened to a ranger 2 years ago. He never came back. We stopped using his name after that. I started moving. Forest shadows twisted in strange ways down here, like the light bent wrong. I followed the distortion patterns, keeping my eyes open for any signs of life. And then I saw it. A figure. Small. Kneeling near a fallen log. Hair tangled. Shirt torn. Bare feet. I approached slowly, holding out a hand. No sudden moves. We were told to speak calmly, but I don't believe that made a difference. What mattered most was body language. I crouched. The child turned. It was a boy, maybe 8. Dirt smudged across his face, eyes wide and hollow. He didn't scream. He didn't run. He just looked at me. I reached out. He looked at my hand, then back at me. I could see in his eyes, calculation, measuring whether I was safe. I didn't speak. I just waited. Finally, he stood, legs trembling, and took my hand. We started walking. The trek back to the stairs always feels longer. I kept checking the beacon, which glowed a soft green, still active. The boy clung to me. He hadn't spoken. His grip tightened the closer we got. And that's when I heard it. Low growl. From the trees, behind us. I didn't turn around. You never turn around in these zones unless you have to. That's not superstition. That's what the data shows. Turning around when the signal isn't strong can destabilize the phase. You stop being anchored. You start slipping. I tightened my grip on the boy's hand and kept walking. The growl came again, louder, then a snap of branches. Whatever it was following. The stairs came into view. I moved faster. The boy stumbled, but I kept him upright, guiding him toward the steps. At the base, I paused, scanning for distortions. The stairs shimmered faintly. Still active, still linked. We were safe if we got up fast. I placed the boy's hand on the railing, then began to ascend with him. We were halfway up when it happened. The beacon flashed red. Sudden burst, like a rubber band snapping. My ears popped. My vision spun. I gasped. Felt my body jerk sideways like the gravity had shifted again. The link was gone. My hand turned translucent. I looked down. The boy's fingers were slipping through mine. I tried to hold on. I really tried. But my hand passed through him like mist. And then something moved behind him. Fast. A blur. I saw eyes, too many, too low to the ground. And teeth. Not fangs. Not fantasy teeth. Just wrong, like human teeth, but arranged in a flat, grinning row from ear to ear. It grabbed him and yanked him back, fast as a blink. The boy didn't even cry out. Just vanished into the trees. I reached for him, even though I knew it was useless. My body had no mass anymore. I screamed. Not a word. Just sound. Raw, helpless sound. It echoed through the twisted trees like a warning shot that came too late. I staggered back up the stairs, each step harder than the last. By the time I emerged at the top, my legs were shaking and I was covered in sweat. The distortion faded. My body re-solidified. I was whole again. My watch partner was waiting near the base station. He looked tired, said nothing for a moment. Then he muttered something about the entity, said it got curious, crossed the border, said he couldn't hold the link. I didn't reply. We debriefed, filed a report. Child contact failed. Hostile encounter. Link loss. It was all codes, all protocol, but none of it made sense. None of it helped. That night, I didn't sleep. I sat on the ridge and watched the place where the stairs had been. Nothing moved. No alarms. Just wind. And trees. And silence. The stairs didn't come back the next day. Or the next. But the well sensors. I wasn't stationed in a forest or a remote part of the Rockies like a lot of park rangers. I worked for the San Diego County Parks and Recreation Department, not the city parks. The larger spaces on the outskirts, the ones with trails that went for miles and campsites used by everyone from school groups to solo hikers. Still nature, still serious work. You'd be surprised how dangerous and unpredictable it gets, even without bears or wolves. Heat stroke, flash floods, isolated injuries. Those are the real killers. Back in the early 2000s, I was assigned to the western part of the county. Coastal sage scrub, dry gullies, lots of eucalyptus and chaparral. One of the best things about the position was that housing came with the job. If you stayed long enough, they offered you the chance to buy one of the ranger residences at a discount. Small, older homes built just off the park property line. Most of them had been built in the 1960s and were modest, but well-maintained. When I got the offer, I jumped at it. I was a single father at the time. My two daughters were in high school, 4 years apart, same as in a lot of families. The housing market in San Diego was already ridiculous, and this seemed like a gift from state. The house I was offered had a partial view of the ocean, maybe 5 or 6 miles out. From the upstairs bedroom, if you tilted your head the right way, you could see the Pacific's white caps on a clear day. It was quiet, with only a few other homes around. The kind of place you describe as peaceful. But from the moment we moved in, something about it didn't sit right with me. It wasn't haunted. Let me be clear on that. There were no ghosts, no cold spots, no floating figures. But something was off. The air felt stale, almost heavy inside. I come home from a full day on patrol, soaked in sweat, sunburnt, shoes full of dust and gravel. And the minute I stepped through the door, I'd feel boxed in. Stifled. It didn't help that the windows never opened properly, even though they looked fine. I'd lift and they'd stick. Push and they'd jam. Some of the sliders worked, but not all. The house was just stiff in a way I couldn't explain. I started staying out later. At first, I chalked it up to the new workload. I was managing volunteers, supervising trail work, writing up environmental assessments, long days. But even on weekends, I'd find myself taking the girls on day trips, errands, movie nights, beach cookouts, anything to be out. I never consciously made that decision. But looking back, we spent almost no time in the house for the first few months. The girls didn't say much either way. Teenagers don't usually share that kind of stuff. They just went about their lives, busy with school, friends, and phones. About 6 weeks in, my younger daughter started sleeping with her lamp on. I noticed it first when walking by her door at night. The light would be on even at 2 or 3 a.m. When I finally asked her about it, she shrugged and said she just liked the light. That was it. No explanation. But she wasn't the type to sleep with a light on. Not even when she was 5. She always liked the dark. Something had changed. I didn't press. Again, no one mentioned anything spooky. No footsteps, no voices, no bad dreams. Still, every time I was inside that house, I felt, watched isn't even the right word, just aware, as if the walls held more than just insulation and wiring, as if every room had a memory you could almost feel but couldn't place. A month later, my older daughter said something strange. She was coming back from the upstairs bathroom and stopped at the landing. I was in the kitchen and saw her from below, standing there with this weird look on her face, kind of tense, like she was listening for something. Then she turned to me and said, "You ever feel like this house knows we're here?" She didn't say it jokingly. She said it like someone who's just heard a noise they can't identify. I remember freezing in place. My hand hovered over the coffee pot. I wanted to tell her no, that it was just the house settling, just wind or plumbing or anything ordinary. But I couldn't say it, because I had felt the same thing. I told her to get some rest and forgot about it. Or tried to. That was the beginning of something. Something subtle, not dramatic. There were no events. Just feelings, routines, and atmosphere slowly going off kilter. Then my younger daughter said she kept seeing something. She never said it directly. It came out one afternoon when we were driving through the park. She looked out the window and said, "I keep seeing these little people at the house." Her tone was light, almost offhand. I asked her what she meant. She said, "I don't know. like little old men, just for a second, then gone. Not scary, just there. I didn't reply, not because I believed it, not because I dismissed it, because I didn't know how to respond. When a kid says something like that and they're not being silly, you take notice. Later that week, my older daughter came downstairs pale as hell. She didn't say anything, just stood in the hallway looking shaken. I asked what was wrong. She shook her head. I didn't press. 3 days later, I asked her again. She said she thought she saw someone in the hallway at night, but it was gone before she could focus. That was all she said. I should have felt afraid or panicked or curious. I didn't. I just felt tired. That's the best way I can describe it. The house wore me down like it drained the tension out of you until you stopped reacting altogether. You stopped caring. You just existed inside it, like it was bigger than your concerns. The turning point came when the previous owner's son showed up. His parents had moved to Oregon, but he'd come back to visit friends and swung by to see the house. He asked if he could walk around, see what had changed. I said sure. He paused at the bottom of the stairs. Said his old room was now my younger daughter's. Then he got quiet. After a long pause, he said, "Weird stuff happened in this house, huh?" I said nothing. He said, "I used to have this dream. A little man at the foot of my bed, like knee height, gray skin, stringy hair. I once dreamt I grabbed him by the hair and threw him. I don't even know if I was awake." That was all he said. He left after that. Nothing dramatic. No warnings. Just a quick, strange memory from a guy who hadn't thought about it in years. That night, I didn't sleep well. My ears buzzed. My body felt tight, like every muscle was holding a breath. I woke up at 3:14 a.m. with my chest aching and didn't know why. At dawn, I got up and walked the entire perimeter of the house. I checked for mold, opened every window that would budge, looked behind every vent. Nothing. I started praying in the mornings. Not because I thought it would fix anything, but because it gave me something to do, something grounding. I prayed for peace, for quiet, for the house to stop feeling like it hated being lived in. And then it rained. This was San Diego. Rain's rare, and when it comes, it usually doesn't last long. But that week it poured. I mean real torrential rain. Nonstop for 5-6 days. Roads flooded, parts closed, trails washed out, and our house soaked it up like a sponge. The roof started leaking. First one room, then another. Then the ceiling near the kitchen buckled and split. Mold started forming. The drywall swelled and cracked. The floors warped from the water underneath. We had to rip out everything. Insurance covered most of it, but not all. We had to strip the house down to the bones. Go to the place. New walls, new insulation, new windows, even new doors. It was a nightmare. Months of contractors, dust, noise, and displacement. We slept in a trailer out in the driveway during the worst of it. But when it was done, when the last coat of paint had dried, the last window sealed, and the new vents hummed quietly through the night, the house felt different. Warmer, lighter, real. I noticed it first, then the girls. The light inside changed. The air was easier to breathe. The place felt like it finally let us in. Not a home before. A shell. Now something else. We stayed there for 6 more years. Never saw or felt anything strange again. The house became ours. My girls went off to college. I transferred to another park. The house was eventually sold again. Sometimes I wonder about those first few months. About what had settled into the walls before we moved in. Not a haunting, just pressure. History. Accumulated human residue that needed washing away. We rebuilt that place, not just physically, but mentally. It wasn't the praying or the rain or the stories. It was the tearing down, the rebuilding, the breathing of new air through old vents. That's all it ever needed. A good gutting. Just like the earth, sometimes a house needs a controlled burn to start over. I've worked as a ranger in the northern forests of my state for going on 14 years now. And if you count all the summers the first spent as a camp counselor before that, I've probably got close to 2 decades of experience in these woods. And when I say these woods, I mean the stretch of pine-dense highlands in the upper part of the state, the kind of place where phone signals disappear within a mile and the wind always smells faintly like cold sap and burnt firewood, no matter the season. Before I became a ranger, I was just another scout camping out here nearly every month. Same patch of forest, same lake, same half-rotten cabins, and dirt trails lined with old brown pine needles that never seemed to get blown away. Some of the adults used to joke that even the wind got lost out there. It wasn't all jokes, though. Sometimes, when you're deep enough in these woods, things don't feel right. I'm not talking about Bigfoot or ghosts or lights in the sky. None of that YouTube bait. I'm just talking about wrong. The way a shadow will stretch too far. The way you start hearing crunching footsteps that stop when you stop. The way you'll swear you passed that same stump 10 minutes ago. Real small stuff. Things you can ignore if you want to. But they happen. I've seen a lot out here. Missing hikers, angry bears, cabins torn apart by wind or worse. But there's one thing that always stuck with me. Something small. Almost stupid, honestly. Something that wouldn't even make sense unless you've been out here long enough to know how little sense it makes. Stairs. Yeah, just stairs. Let me explain. When I was in Cub Scouts, I was at that age where you're still trying to figure out how the world works. You're still young enough to trust adults by default, but old enough to start questioning them in your head. I remember being about 9 or 10 the first time I saw them. It was a weekend camp. Early spring, I think, because there was still some snow in the shady patches, but enough dry ground that the troop leaders felt comfortable letting us do the usual hikes and games. We were at our usual spot, Camp Fieldstone, up past the old logging roads and beyond the radio tower trail. There were 30 or 40 of us that weekend. Mostly kids, a few dads, 1 or 2 overworked moms keeping the meal stuff under control. I was wandering off the trail with a couple of other kids looking for cool sticks or bugs or whatever else you do when you're that age. We weren't far. You could still see glimpses of a trail through the brush. I don't know who saw them first, but suddenly there they were. Stone steps, like 8 or 10 of them, wide, too clean, sitting alone in a clearing that didn't look like it had ever held a house. They weren't broken or overgrown. They weren't crumbling. They just were. No foundation, no walls around them, nothing at the top or bottom. Just stairs sitting on dirt, surrounded by pine needles in the middle of nowhere. I remember climbing them. I even remember playing on them. We pretended we were kings. We pretended it was a stage. We were kids. None of the adults mentioned it. I don't know if they ever saw them. Flash forward a few years. I'm maybe 13, back at Fieldstone again. Another camp out, another hike, and this time I see them again. Different spot. I'm sure of it, but same stairs. This time they looked slightly different. The steps were narrower, still clean, still out of place. I don't remember if I climbed them that time, but I do remember feeling weird, like a pressure in the back of my head. Not painful, just enough to make me step back. I asked one of the older scouts if he saw them, and he just said, yeah, like it was nothing, like we were looking at a bench or a campfire ring. That weirded me out more than the stairs themselves, because I could feel that something was wrong. But he didn't, or he did and didn't care. Now, flash forward again. This time I'm well into adulthood. I'd gone to college, tried the whole office job thing, realized I hated sitting still, and came back home. Got hired on as a seasonal park worker and never looked back. I'd worked every trail in those woods, maintained every bridge, knew every shortcut and campsite and creek crossing. And the weird part? I never saw the stairs again. Until one day I did. It was the summer of 2018. A scout group had booked the north loop of Camp Fieldstone for a 3-day trip. I wasn't stationed full-time at Fieldstone anymore, but I still patrolled it regularly. It was one of the more popular sites, even though it was aging badly. A lot of the cabins were closed off due to rot. The climbing wall was shut down. Half the trail signs were gone. Still, people came. That Saturday, I was running a routine patrol. Middle of the afternoon. Clear skies, about 70 degrees, dry air. Perfect hiking weather. I was checking trash bins and making notes on trail erosion when I got a radio call. A kid from the troop had gone missing. 10 years old. Ran off after a game of capture the flag and didn't come back. They'd checked the usual hiding spots. No sign of him. We didn't panic right away. Kids go off trail sometimes. They think they're exploring and end up looping back to camp or getting stuck in a ravine. Usually they're found within the hour. I grabbed my pack, double-checked my water and radio, and headed toward the north loop. By the time I got there, a few of the adult leaders had fanned out. I coordinated with them, got a rough direction the kid might have gone, and headed that way. It was about 15 minutes into the search that I realized where I was. Same section of woods I'd played in as a kid. Same crooked pines. Same soft, mossy ground and thick understory. And that's when the memory hit me. The stairs. I stopped walking, stood there with my hand on a branch, trying to picture it. They'd been right around here, maybe 20 feet off the old footpath. And the weird part? I remember playing on them, clear as day. I could picture the way the sun hit the top step, the way the ground dipped down around them. I remembered touching the stone, feeling how smooth it was. But I couldn't remember ever thinking it was strange. Not back then, not until much later. I stood there for a while, squinting into the trees, trying to spot them. Nothing. But then I saw a kid, one of the boys from the group. The only one I knew had been there the day I first saw the stairs, back when we were both little. He'd grown up, clearly, but was back helping as a junior counselor. I waved him over and asked, without thinking too hard, "Hey, remember those stairs out here?" He nodded, said yeah, didn't even seem surprised, just kept looking around for the missing kid. I remember thinking, that's weird, and moving on. We found the kid 30 minutes later. He'd curled up in a dry creek bed, trying to catch frogs. Thought it was hilarious. He was fine. In a story, right? Not quite. 3 years later, I'm scrolling through YouTube after a long shift, and I stumble across a video about staircases in the woods. I laugh at first. Internet creepypasta nonsense. But as I keep watching, I feel that tightness in the back of my head again. Because these people are describing what I saw. And not just one guy. Dozens. Hundreds of them. Stairs in the middle of nowhere. Different styles. No reason to be there. And people react to them differently. Some get sick. Some feel pulled toward them. Some feel nothing at all. I don't sleep that night. Not well. Over the next few weeks, I start poking through my old patrol maps. Trail cams. Aerial images. Nothing. No stairs. But I know what I saw. Twice as a kid. Once as an adult. Same patch of forest. I know they were real. So I start going out there again. Not officially. Just checking trail conditions. Always alone. Nothing. Until one day, I find them again. It's early morning. Mist still hanging low. I'm hiking along a decommissioned service trail, compass clipped to my jacket, GPS in my hand, just in case. I round a bend, step over a fallen tree, and freeze. They're right there. 10 stone steps. Smooth. Clean. Still too new looking. Still sitting in the middle of nowhere in a patch of woods that hadn't been logged or built on for over 50 years. I don't go near them. Not this time. I just stare, and I notice something. The trees around them are wrong. Spaced too evenly. Same height. Same lean. Like they were placed there. Like they were props. I slowly back away. I mark the GPS location. But when I return 2 days later with a partner, gone. Completely gone. No disturbance. No footprints. Just empty ground. I never report it. I just mark it in my notebook. But I do one more thing. I check my own medical records. Because I started having migraines around the time I first saw those stairs. And I've never stopped having them. I'm still working out here. I still love the woods. Still believe in science, in facts, in reason. But I've learned one thing. Sometimes the woods remember things you forget. And sometimes they leave reminders. Not to scare you. Not to hurt you. Just to let you know you don't understand them as well as you think you do. And I'm starting to think I never did. That's all. No big ending. No monsters. No missing time. Just stairs. And a feeling that something, somewhere, is watching me remember. I started working for the National Park Service about a year after I finally got my life back in order. Before that, I'd been drifting across the Southwest, hitchhiking, camping wherever I could, and trying to stay out of trouble. I wasn't a junkie or anything. I just didn't have a place to go, no real plan, and not a dollar to my name. I relied on people I met on the road, truckers, retirees in RVs, the occasional college kid feeling generous. I spent nights in state parks, under bridges, behind rest stops. I went days with barely any food. It wasn't easy, but also wasn't all bad. Some of the best, clearest moments of my life happened when I was sleeping under open skies. You learn a lot when you're out there. more than you do sitting behind a desk. Anyway, I'm a ranger now, based out of northern Arizona. It's a good life. Simple, clear work, keep the trails safe, report anything strange, help lost hikers. I don't do law enforcement stuff. Mostly just backcountry patrols, making sure the campsites aren't full of trash and that the wildlife stays where it's supposed to be. But there's something that's always stayed with me from those years before. Something I experienced in New Mexico, back when I was still drifting. I've had some close calls in the wild since then, and I've heard a lot of weird stories from rangers, hunters, and SAR teams. But nothing else like that night on I-40. And no matter how many times I go over it in my head, I still can't fully explain what we saw. It was winter, early January, I think. I'd been hitchhiking from Texas, heading west through New Mexico, trying to make my way into Arizona. I had a buddy with me for a short stretch, Ricky, a kid from Reno who I'd met at a shelter in Amarillo. We teamed up for safety and company more than anything. He had a quiet way about him. Said he used to work maintenance at a bowling alley until it shut down. Seemed decent enough, and we both knew the rule. Stick together through the hard parts, part ways when it feels right. We made it to Socorro after a cold, windy morning. The snow hadn't started yet, but it was coming. You could feel it in your bones. We ducked into a blues bar for dinner, a place with dollar bills stapled all over the walls and ceiling. Had a green chili burger that was so damn good, I still think about it sometimes. Later that night, we rode out the storm at an IHOP just off the main road, drinking cheap coffee until the snow started to let up. By sunrise, it was clear again. Sky stretched wide and empty, pale gold and dusty blue. We caught another ride west along I-40. I don't remember who picked us up. Some guy in a pickup friendly enough. Dropped us maybe 40 miles west of Socorro, past the Laguna Pueblo lands, out in the nowhere stretches between towns. We walked a bit off the highway and found a flat spot behind a low ridge. Wind-cut juniper, fine powdery dirt, scattered rocks. We made camp and slept through the afternoon since neither of us had rested the night before. By the time the sun dipped behind the horizon, we'd packed up and were moving again. We had enough trail mix and jerky for the night, a couple bottles of water each. Not much, but enough. Our plan was simple. Walk until we got tired, then make camp again, keep moving west in short hops until we found another ride or a decent town. We walked in silence for hours, boots crunching over frost-hardened ground beside the empty road. No cars passed. The night was dry and cold, but clear, stars wheeling overhead, and the air so thin and quiet you could almost hear your own blood moving in your ears. It was around 9 p.m. when Ricky stopped and pointed behind us. I turned around, and that's when I saw the eyes. At first, I thought it was a pair of reflectors from a road sign or maybe a distant house light. But there was no shine from the flashlight. The light was from the eyes themselves. Pale yellow, low to the ground at first, maybe 3 feet up. Closed set, watching. I grew up in the deserts of Nevada and spent plenty of time camping and hiking across Arizona and California. I knew about mountain lions. I knew the drill: don't run, don't turn your back, make yourself look big, make noise. But the thing was, this one wasn't behaving like any cat I'd seen or read about. It didn't make noise, didn't move, just kept following us at a steady distance, staying low behind the scrub and rocks, maybe 15 or 20 yards back. The eyes stayed visible even when we stopped. If we walked faster, they followed. Slower, they kept pace. For almost 2 hours, that thing shadowed us. 6 or 7 miles at least. We started making guesses. Maybe it was a stray dog. Maybe a coyote with bad eyesight, not recognizing us. But coyotes don't follow like that. They circle, dart in and out. They don't just stare. Our feet were hurting bad by midnight. Blisters starting to split. We were tired, cold, and running low on water. We agreed to stop and rest. There was a large rock outcropping just off the road, with some thick bushes behind it. Gave us a bit of cover. We moved about 20 yards back, set our packs down, and slumped on them to rest. The eyes were still there, right on the roadside, just watching. I tried to ignore them at first. Started pulling out our tent and sleeping bags, laying them flat, getting things ready so we could maybe catch a few hours of sleep. Ricky was shining his flashlight again, trying to get a better look. That's when I heard his breath catch. I turned and saw what he saw. The eyes didn't blink. They didn't flinch. They rose. 1 second they were a few feet off the ground. Then they rose smoothly, no sudden movement, no sound, just a slow lift until they were easily 6 feet high, maybe more. We both froze. The shape behind the eyes was darker than the night. It didn't reflect the flashlight beam at all. No detail, no shine, just black. Not the kind of black you get from shadow or fur. This was the kind of black you see when you close your eyes in a cave. Absolute absence. It didn't step forward. It didn't hiss or growl. It just stood there, looking. Then, without warning, it turned and moved off the road into the desert. Not quickly, not like a predator chasing prey. Just silent, steady movement, gliding more than walking. There was no crunch of dirt, no rattle of dry brush, no kick-up of sand. It was gone in less than 10 seconds. Just gone, like it slipped into another layer of the night. We didn't sleep. Neither of us could. We sat up behind the rock, our little fire sputtering low, head swiveling every few minutes to scan the dark. We didn't talk, just sat there trying to piece together what the hell we saw. Every few minutes I thought I heard something out there, cracks, small thumps, but it might have just been wind. Couldn't tell. By morning, our nerves were shot. We packed fast, skipped breakfast, and walked the next 10 miles without stopping. Our plan was to make it to Grant's, get some real food, clean up, maybe find a warm place to rest. But the thing is, that wasn't the last time I saw something like that. About 3 years later, I was working as a seasonal ranger in Coconino National Forest. Mostly trail checks, signage updates, clearing debris, the usual. I was walking an old fire road one afternoon, maybe 8 miles in from the nearest highway, when I saw movement off to my right. Just a glimpse. Black shape slipping behind a cluster of ponderosa. I stopped, listened. Silence. No birds, no wind, no small animal rustle. Just dead quiet. The hairs on my neck went up. Then I saw it again, those eyes. Same pale yellow glow. Same height. Same steady, unblinking stare. I held my ground for maybe a full minute. Then it turned, vanished behind a slope, and didn't come back. Since then, I've seen eyes like that 3 more times. Always in remote places. Always at dusk or deep night. Always quiet. They never get closer. Never chase. Just watch. I've filed wildlife reports every time, though I leave out some of the detail. Don't want to sound crazy. But I did start keeping notes, locations, time of day, weather. No pattern I can find. I'm not saying it's anything unnatural. I don't believe in ghosts or monsters or any of that. I've seen bears, wolves, mountain lions. I know what real animals act like. But whatever this is, it's not like anything I've ever studied. And maybe that's the scariest part. It's not a ghost. It's not a demon. It's real. Something that lives in empty places, avoids towns, avoids cars, just watches. Maybe it's some kind of rare predator. Maybe a mutation. Maybe something we just haven't documented yet. But it's out there, and it remembers. I was stationed in Tonto National Forest in Arizona back in 2016. I had been working as a park ranger for about 6 years by then, and I'd already seen a lot. Wildfires, hikers falling down cliffs, old couples getting lost for days, drug labs buried in the backcountry, even a guy who faked his own death out there. But that summer, I came across something I still think about all the time. It wasn't some mystery that can't be explained. It wasn't supernatural, but it was real, and it was wrong. It made me feel like something heavy was sitting on my chest the whole time I was there. And when I found out what was going on, it made my stomach turn. The area I was posted at wasn't popular with tourists. That suited me just fine. The fewer people, the better. I'm not much of a people person. My spot was about 70 miles northeast of Phoenix, on the edge of the forest where the saguaros start giving way to juniper and pinyon. The terrain was rough, rocky ground, lots of dry washes and not much shade. Most folks who came through were hunters, bushcrafters, or loners who didn't want to be around anyone. Some were ex-military, some were conspiracy types. I didn't care as long as they cleaned up after themselves and didn't start fires. There was a spring-fed creek that cut through the area, one of the few reliable water sources out there. Not much flow, but enough to keep a trickle moving all year. It had fish, frogs, raccoons, deer, you name it. Everything drank from that creek. I even saw a black bear down there once, and those are rare in that part of the state. My job was mostly to patrol the land. I'd drive the old Forest Service truck down the rough dirt trails, check the dispersed campsites, look for signs of poaching or illegal fires, make sure people were following the rules. Once a week, I hiked the trail along the creek to make sure no one had dumped trash or chemicals into it. The first time I noticed something weird was late June. It was hot, over 100 during the day, and dry as bone. I remember it because I had to hike out to check on a campsite where someone reported a bad smell. It turned out to be a dead javelina that had gotten its leg caught in some rusty fencing and died under a mesquite tree. Pretty normal for out there. But when I hiked back to the creek that day, I saw something odd. The water was murky. Normally, it was pretty clear, not crystal, but clean enough you could see the rocks and little fish on the bottom. This time it looked cloudy, almost like someone had poured chalk dust into it. I figured maybe some upstream rainstorm had washed sediment in, but that didn't sit right. We hadn't had a drop of rain in over 2 weeks. Still, I made a note in my logbook and kept walking. I didn't see any trash or chemicals. No signs of spills. A few frogs jumped into the water as I walked past. I remember thinking they looked sluggish, like they moved slower than usual. Over the next week, I started to feel off. I wasn't sick exactly. No fever, no vomiting, but I had this constant dull headache that sat just behind my eyes. My joints ached like I'd hiked 20 miles, even on days I just did patrols by truck. I figured I was just dehydrated or maybe fighting off cold. Then I found the first dead deer. It was a young buck, probably just a yearling. I found it lying near the bank of the creek, stiff and bloated. No blood, no wounds, no signs of a struggle. Just dead, like it had dropped where it stood. There were no drag marks, and the ground around it was undisturbed. What stood out to me was the eyes. They were cloudy, milky white, and sunken in. Now, I've seen animals die of natural causes, and I've seen what dehydration does to a body. This wasn't that. This thing looked poisoned. I got on the radio and called it in. They told me to take photos, mark the GPS location, and report back to HQ. They didn't send anyone out, just told me to keep an eye out and log anything else unusual. A few days later, I found a second deer. This one was further downstream, near a bend in the creek where a big cottonwood cast some shade. Same deal, no injuries, no blood, no broken legs or obvious trauma. It was just dead. That's when I stopped drinking from my canteen and started bringing jugs of water from home. By early July, it wasn't just animals dying. The creek had a smell to it, faint but sharp, like ammonia mixed with rotten vegetation. Every time I got near it, my headache got worse. I even started wearing a mask just to walk the creek path. The frogs were gone. So were the fish. The birds that used to hop around the bank, bluebirds, thrashers, flycatchers, they stopped showing up. The only animals I saw were insects, and even those were mostly dead ones floating belly up in the water. One afternoon, I checked one of the deeper pools. That's when I saw them, barrels. 2 of them, rusted and half buried in the mud near the bank. They weren't new. The tops were caved in, and one had holes rusted right through. No markings, no labels, just metal drums sitting maybe 15 feet from the main flow of the creek. I radioed it in. This time they sent someone. A guy from the regional office came up with a hazmat suit and took water and soil samples. He didn't say much, just wrote things down and left without giving me any real answers. When I asked what was in the drums, he just said, "We'll handle it." A week went by. Nothing changed. The drums were still there. I called again and got told the case was under review. I started doing my own digging. Back at the ranger station, we had a filing cabinet full of old maps and land use permits. I went through them looking for anything that might explain those barrels. After a couple of hours, I found it, a land survey map from 1982. There was a note about a mining claim along the creek, marked inactive. A man named Gerald L. Brewster had registered it, then let it lapse. I looked up that name in our internal system. Nothing recent. No arrests. No citations. Just an address in Phoenix and a note that the claim was never formally closed. I drove down there on my next day off. The house was abandoned. Windows boarded up, roof sagging, weeds growing waist high. No one home. No mail in the box. just a broken down trailer out back and a rusted car with no plates. I didn't go inside. I just stood there and stared for a while, then got back in my truck. That night, I couldn't sleep. I kept thinking about the water, about those dead animals, about the smell, about the frogs. I knew something was leaking from those barrels. I didn't know what it was, but I knew it wasn't natural. When I went back the next morning, the barrels were gone. There were tracks, tire marks, fresh ones. Someone had come in the night and hauled them out. I called HQ. They acted like they didn't know what I was talking about. Said I must have been mistaken. I wasn't. I knew what I saw. That same week, I started getting sick for real. Nausea, fatigue, headaches that felt like ice picks behind my eyes. I went to urgent care in Payson. The doctor ran tests but didn't find much. Told me to drink more water and get rest. I didn't tell him about the creek. By August, the water had stopped flowing. The spring had dried up. That had never happened in all the years I'd worked there. The vegetation around it started dying too. Cottonwoods turned yellow and dropped their leaves. Cattails wilted. The smell got worse, like sulfur and death. I stopped patrolling that section completely. I just wrote hazard, area closed for remediation in my logbook and avoided it. I put in for a transfer in October. Got sent to Northern California a few weeks later. Before I left, I asked a friend of mine in admin to look into that mining claim again. She found something I hadn't, an old Department of Energy report from the early 80s. It mentioned unauthorized disposal of industrial solvents and waste material on unregulated mining properties in central Arizona. No names, no specifics, but the dates matched. The location matched. Whatever was in those barrels had been sitting out there for over 30 years, leaking into the soil, into the water, into the animals, and eventually into me. I don't work in the field anymore. My health never fully bounced back. I get dizzy sometimes. I get nosebleeds. My joints hurt in the cold. The doctors don't have answers. Maybe it's nothing. Maybe it's just age. Or maybe it's that water I drank every day for 6 years. Sometimes I dream about that creek. I see the frogs again. I see the deer. Then the water turns black and they all float to the top, belly up like the bugs I saw. I wake up with the taste of metal in my mouth. This wasn't some horror story about monsters in the woods or ghosts in the trees. It was just chemicals, just human negligence. Someone cut corners, dumped something where they thought no one would find it. And for decades, no one did. But I found it, and I still wish I hadn't. It was the summer of 2016 when I was assigned to Still Hollow State Preserve in northern Arkansas. I had transferred from a different park in the southern part of the state, a place with pine forests and lakes that drew families, campers, and anglers. Still Hollow was different. It wasn't a tourist destination. It wasn't even a well-known park. Most of the time, the only people who came through were serious backcountry hikers or the occasional hunter who had gotten the wrong coordinates. Still Hollow wasn't particularly large, just over 20,000 acres. But it was rugged, dense woods, limestone cliffs, sinkholes, and some of the most uneven terrain in the state. The place was thick with oak, hickory, and underbrush so high it could swallow a grown man's legs whole. Cell service was non-existent once you got more than 2 miles into the woods. Even radio contact was patchy in some of the valleys. I learned early that if I had to hike deep, I should do it prepared. Extra water, topo maps, physical compasses, and redundant emergency gear. Because if anything went wrong, you were on your own for a while. I started my rotation in early July. The head ranger, a guy named Walker who had worked the preserve for close to 20 years, gave me a basic rundown: trails, known hazards, probable wildlife. Bears were rare, but not impossible. Cougars were rumored, though never confirmed. Most of the issues were mundane: hikers getting lost, ATV trespassers, illegal hunters, and teenagers sneaking off to camp and drink. But something about the way Walker talked about the place bothered me. It wasn't what he said, it was what he didn't. He handed me the maps, but pointed out a particular section in the northwest corner. "Don't waste your time in here," he said, tapping it with his pen. "No trails, all bramble and vertical drops. Bad ground. I asked if people went missing there. He just shrugged. No one goes in far enough." Over the next few weeks, I settled in. My ranger station sat alone on the eastern edge of the preserve. It was an old building from the 70s, one of those brown, one-story concrete structures with thick window glass and metal doors. I lived in the back half of it. The front had the desk, radios, cabinets full of records, and an emergency cot. We didn't get visitors, so I mostly patrolled, did maintenance, and filled out reports. By mid-August, the heat had settled in like a thick wool blanket. Daytime highs in the 90s, humidity that wrapped your skin in sweat. I carried 3 liters of water every time I stepped into the woods, and it still wasn't enough most days. One day I was out on a trail called Rock Ridge, about 6 miles of loose stone, tall weeds, and lots of shaded creeks. It was near the edge of the preserve, but close enough to the interior that people still got lost if they weren't careful. I had gotten a radio report of smoke in that area. There were no scheduled burns, so I hiked out to check. Around the 4-mile mark, I started smelling it. Faint but clear. Smoke. Not wood smoke either, not the kind from proper campfire. This had a sharp chemical edge to it. Burned plastic, maybe. I moved fast, keeping low. If someone had started a fire out there, I needed to put it out before it spread. But when I reached the ridge line, there was no fire. No smoke. Nothing but scorched patches of grass in a wide, uneven circle, maybe 20 feet across. In the middle of it was a pile of blackened metal and ash. It looked like someone had set fire to a barrel or maybe an old generator. There were wires poking out of it, partly melted. The grass around it was dead, but the trees hadn't caught. No flames anymore, just heat waves rising off the black patch, and that smell still thick in the air. There were no tracks, no boot prints, no tire treads, no path in or out. I marked the GPS and took photos, then called it in. Walker didn't seem surprised. Junk dump. You'll find more the deeper you go, he said. I asked him who'd drag a metal drum 4 miles into unmarked forest to burn it. He didn't answer. That night, I couldn't sleep. The wind had picked up, and the metal walls of the station groaned under the pressure. I sat in the front room at the desk, going through old logs. Something wasn't adding up. Over the next few days, I started digging into the older files. Walker had said people didn't go deep into the northwest corner, but the records said otherwise. Hikers had gone missing out there. 5 of them between 2008 and 2014. All men, all between 30 and 50, all solo. None were ever found. A couple were listed as probable drownings or accidents due to terrain. But one guy had gone in with a spot tracker. His signal had just stopped. There were no SAR logs. No helicopter overflights. It was like they disappeared and no one looked very hard. So I decided to check it myself. It was a Thursday when I packed my gear and headed out. I left at first light and took the utility ATV as far west as I could before the trail vanished. I stashed it under camo netting and started on foot, heading toward the marked boundary of the no-go zone. The forest changed as I went. Fewer birds, more undergrowth. The trees here grew closer, tighter. Vines hung like ropes, and the air was still and hot. Every footstep felt muffled. Even my breath seemed quieter. By noon, I reached a rise where I could look down into the hollow that gave the preserve its name, Still Hollow. It was steep, with cliffs on both sides and a basin maybe half a mile wide. The bottom looked like swamp, though the maps didn't show any real water down there. I could make out fallen trees, lots of rock, and something metallic. I slid and scrambled my way down the ridge, checking my footing. The ground was soft in places, soaked even though it hadn't rained in over a week. The closer I got to the middle, the stronger that chemical smoke smell became. When I reached the basin floor, I saw where it came from. There were objects down there. Not just the one. Dozens. Burned out barrels. Scattered machine parts. Cracked solar panels. Things I couldn't identify. Some had strange markings. Not military. Not commercial either. Just odd stamps or etchings that didn't match any known company or government agency. One of the metal boxes was still warm to the touch. Another was half buried. And when I pried it open, there was nothing inside but a mess of black wires and what looked like dry blood. I backed away. My instincts were screaming. This wasn't an illegal dump. This was deliberate. I turned and started heading back up the ridge, but I heard something. A scraping sound. Not fast. Slow. Like metal on stone. I stopped. Waited. Nothing. Then I heard it again. Closer. Like something being dragged. There were no animals that moved like that out here. I moved fast. Climbed hard. I didn't care about leaving tracks. My only goal was distance. I didn't stop until I reached the ATV. I didn't sleep that night either. The next morning, I tried to report it. Walker wasn't in. I called the state office. Left a message. No one called back. So I went back to the site 2 days later. Only this time, I brought something extra. An old trail cam and a lockbox side rig with a solar panel. I set it up overlooking the hollow from the ridge and set the motion trigger to high sensitivity. I hiked out and waited 3 days before returning. When I did, the camera was gone. Not damaged. Not smashed by animals. Gone. The lockbox was still bolted to the tree. Wires cut clean, like with a tool. I hiked back out with a weight in my chest. I called Walker again. Still gone. His voicemail was full. The next week, a man showed up at the ranger station. Middle-aged. Tan pants, long sleeve shirt. No insignia. No name badge. Said he was from forestry management. He asked if I'd found anything unusual in the northwest section. I said no. He left without saying another word. That night, I started packing. The following morning, I submitted a transfer request. Didn't matter where. Just somewhere else. Anywhere but still hollow. It was approved within 48 hours. No explanation. I left without saying goodbye. That was 9 years ago. Still hollow isn't on any travel brochures. If you go to the state's parks website, the link to it redirects. If you call the number, no one answers. I checked last week. It's listed now as environmental restoration area. Access restricted. People say I should let it go, but I still wonder what I walked into that day. And why no one wanted it talked about. All I know is this. Whatever was down in that hollow wasn't natural. And someone wanted it left alone. Forever. It was late September when I got stationed at a small state park in Central Oregon. 300 square miles of dense pine forest, rocky hills, narrow creeks, and old mining roads. I was filling in for a guy who had gone on medical leave. They told me it would be quiet. Mostly day hikers, sometimes overnight campers. That fall, though, the campground was only operating at half capacity due to budget cuts, and only one other ranger was scheduled part-time on the other end of the park. I had been a park ranger for almost 10 years by then. Nothing elite. I wasn't special forces or some survivalist. I just liked the woods and didn't mind being alone. I had worked parks from Wyoming to California. Some weird things happen in the wild, but most of them have reasonable explanations. Animals act odd. People get lost. Weather shifts fast. You can explain almost everything if you've been out there long enough. But this 1 week in Oregon, I've never been able to reason my way through it all. And I've never gone back. I lived out of a small mobile cabin the state parked near one of the trailheads. Just a little trailer with a fold-out bed, sink, gas stove, and radio for checking in with dispatch twice a day. There was no cell signal out there, only a landline back at the station 15 miles down the road. Most of my job that week was basic stuff, trail inspections, log clearing, checking on the bear bins, and walking the fire roads to make sure nobody was starting illegal camps. I didn't expect anything out of the ordinary. The first couple days went fine. I'd start my morning with a thermos of coffee, check the main trail loop on foot, and drive the back road around to the overlook on the west ridge. I'd jot down notes, take pictures of downed trees or signs that needed repainting, then head back by sundown. I only saw 2 campers my first 3 days. Both had permits and were packed light. Nothing strange. But on the 4th day, I found something that made my skin crawl in a way I couldn't explain. It was early, around 7 a.m. I'd hiked 2 miles out on one of the lesser-used trails called Dry Creek Spur. The sun was up, but the forest was still dim and wet. The air smelled like pine bark and cold soil. I was checking for erosion damage where the trail cuts across a hillside. As I came around a curve, I saw a dead rabbit in the middle of the path. At first, I didn't think much of it. Predators leave kills all the time. But as I got closer, I saw it hadn't been eaten. Not all. No bite marks, no blood. It had been laid there carefully. Its front paws were straight out, its hind legs together. Its eyes were missing. Clean sockets. Not torn out, scooped. That's not something a fox does. Or a bobcat. Not like that. I looked around. The trail was damp from the night's dew, and there were no fresh boot prints, no dog prints, no blood drags. Just a rabbit, perfectly laid out like a museum display. I took a picture, logged the GPS, and pushed a few feet off trail to make sure no one was nearby. Nothing. No tents, no broken branches, no fire pits. I moved on, but I had this strange feeling like I was being watched. That afternoon, I mentioned it over the radio to the dispatcher. Just a rabbit part. She said maybe it was some kids pulling a prank. But we both knew no one was scheduled to be in that part of the park that day. Still, it could have been an old visitor or someone camping without a permit. Happens all the time. I let it go. The next morning, I took the same trail but turned off onto an unmaintained service road that looped around a ridge and met up with the main fire lane 5 miles out. This road hadn't been used in a while. We only cleared it once every season. It's mostly for fire crews and search teams. I liked it because it was quiet and let me cut through the park without backtracking. About halfway through, I saw something again. This time it was 2 more rabbits laid out side by side. Same thing, clean eyes missing, no visible wounds, limbs perfectly straight. This wasn't some random predator behavior. This was deliberate. I started scanning harder. I wasn't scared yet, just cautious. I went another mile and came to a clearing where the old mining path used to cut through the woods. There, on the edge of a collapsed wooden bridge, was a pile of small rocks, maybe 30 or 40 stones, stacked in a flat pyramid about 3 feet wide. On top of it was a red backpack. That did it. I felt the first real shot of fear in my chest. I stood still for a good 2 minutes, just watching, listening. The forest was dead quiet, no birds, no rustling. I approached slowly. The backpack was faded, covered in dirt and pine needles. It looked like it had been there a long time. I didn't touch it right away. I circled it, looked for boot prints. There were some older impressions, weeks old, maybe, but nothing fresh. Finally, I put gloves on and unzipped it. Inside were some old hiking supplies, rope, a broken compass, a water filter, granola bar wrappers. At the bottom, I found a rolled up paper map of the park. It was dated 2004, more than 10 years old. That alone didn't bother me. Maybe someone dumped their old gear. What got me, though, was a small black notebook tucked behind the map. I flipped through it. Most of it was unreadable, smudged by water, pages rotted at the edges. But there were lines I could still make out. Asterisk, saw the lights again. Same place, ridge above camp. Asterisk, asterisk, heard voices in the trees. No people. Asterisk, asterisk, if I don't make it out, it wasn't animals. Asterisk, asterisk, I should have never come back. Asterisk, I stopped reading. My hands were sweating inside my gloves. I looked around again. I was in the middle of the woods, miles from any open trail, holding someone's decaying journal that sounded like a panic letter. The only other ranger was off duty that day, and I didn't want to call this in unless I had something solid. I took photos of everything, the backpack, the rocks, the notebook, and marked it all on my GPS. I hiked out the long way and returned to my trailer by sundown. That night, I barely slept. I kept thinking about that notebook, the missing eyes on those animals, the way everything felt staged. The next day, I returned to that site. I wanted to bring the backpack back for evidence and maybe see if I missed anything. It was gone. I walked the perimeter twice. Nothing. No sign of a struggle. No drag marks. No scattered rocks. Just empty forest. Even the small stacked pyramid of rocks was gone. Completely gone. Like it had never been there. I hiked 10 miles that day, circling out in a grid pattern, looking for any sign that someone had come through. All I found was another animal. This time, a squirrel, dead in the same way. Eyes gone, limbs straight. That night, I skipped the radio check-in and drove down to the ranger station. I didn't care if it made me look paranoid. I filed a report and showed the photos to my supervisor the next morning. He was an old-timer, used to weird stuff, but even he didn't know what to make of it. He said it was probably someone squatting illegally and trying to scare people off. We agreed I'd do one last sweep the next day, just to confirm no one was hiding out there. I never got to do that sweep, because that night, something happened that ended it all. It was 2 a.m. I was asleep in my trailer when I heard a knock. Not a random bump. A knock. 3 slow knocks on the door. I sat up fast. I didn't turn on the light. I didn't speak. I listened. The knocking didn't come again. I reached for my flashlight and slid off the bed slowly. I peeked through the blind. Nothing. Then I heard something behind the trailer. A scraping sound. Metal on wood. I grabbed my jacket, grabbed my pistol from the lockbox, and stepped outside. The air was ice cold. My breath came out in white clouds. I circled the trailer. Nothing. I checked under it. Still nothing. Then I saw it on the far side of the clearing about 10 feet into the woods. A single rabbit. Dead. Laid out. Perfectly straight. Right at the edge of the tree line. I called it in. That morning, 2 state patrol officers and my supervisor drove out. We walked the woods around the trailer. No prints, no evidence, no backpack, no dead rabbit anymore. Gone. They closed the site the next week for maintenance. I finished the season at a different park, closer to the coast. I don't know who left that backpack. I don't know what happened to the person who wrote that notebook. I don't know if it was some mentally unstable person living off-grid or something else, something I'm better off not knowing. But here's what I do know. Whatever I found in those woods wasn't normal animal behavior. It wasn't just some squatter trying to scare people. It was something careful, rehearsed, practiced. I still have the photos. They never found that backpack again. I made backup copies of the GPS data. I never went back to that trail. Sometimes I think about how quiet the woods were that week. Too quiet. And sometimes I still dream about those 3 knocks. But I never opened the door. Not anymore. I've worked as a park ranger for almost 13 years. I don't talk much about my time in the Badlands anymore. Not to my wife. Not to my kids. Not to other rangers. I've spent years trying to let fade. But some things don't fade, no matter how much dirt or silence you throw over them. Back in 2012, I transferred from a state park in Montana to Badlands National Park in South Dakota. I was looking for something different. I like how remote it was, how open and silent. It had a different kind of weight to it. Fewer trees, more wind. You felt small there, like the land itself was older than anything you knew. My role was backcountry patrol. That meant hiking remote routes, marking washouts, clearing trash, checking for poachers or lost hikers, and reporting anything unusual, illegal camps, erosion, animal carcasses, graffiti, you name it. There's a region on the western edge of the park most tourists never see. No real trails, just sun-baked formations and old buttes that rise and crumble like forgotten monuments. The rock there fractures easily. Erosion chews through everything. Every storm cuts new veins and exposes more ground. Every summer, something changes. We called that section Zone 3, though the internal names shift all the time. It's a pain to access and offers nothing to casual visitors. No road leads into it. You need to hike about 10 miles across exposed scrubland, then weave through a series of ravines. Once you're in, it feels like the land closes behind you. No cell reception, no radio past a certain point unless you're carrying a booster. You're on your own. In late July that year, I was assigned to do a solo recon of Zone 3. A storm had swept through earlier in the week. We had reports from the air team that a landslide had occurred in one of the gullies, maybe exposing new rock faces or shifting a dry creek bed. My job was to hike in, verify changes, flag anything unstable, and report if the trail markers or fencing needed adjustment. I packed light, water, GPS, flare, satellite phone, topo map, and my notebook. The first 2 days went by without anything strange. Just blistering heat, quiet wind, and the soft crunch of boots on dust. It was the 3rd day I found something. I had just climbed out of a shallow ravine when I spotted it. The ground had sheared off along one of the dry creeks, collapsing inwards. At first it looked like a rock slide had opened a gap beneath the surface. But when I got closer, I saw it wasn't just a crevice, it was an entrance. A cave. The mouth was narrow, maybe shoulder wide, with dust and pebbles spilling out. You'd miss it if you weren't looking. I crouched and looked inside. It was darker than the rest of the shaded rock, with the kind of cool air that only came from deeper spaces. That was odd. The Badlands weren't known for caves. The soil and rock didn't support long-lasting voids like limestone country did. I'd seen collapsed shelters and shallow overhangs before, but nothing like this. I checked my map. Nothing marked. Not even a note. I double-checked with the GPS. Still nothing. My gut told me it was old, probably exposed by last week's storm. I radioed in a basic note through the sat phone, flagged the spot with bright marker tape, then squeezed in to take a look. The opening sloped down sharply, forcing me to crawl. My boots scraped loose stone. The air smelled stale, like wet minerals and dead moss. After about 20 feet, it leveled out. My flashlight cut through the dark ahead. The ceiling rose just enough for me to crouch. It was narrow, jagged in places, but kept going. I kept moving. About 50 feet in, the walls started to smooth out. That part stuck with me. Natural erosion makes surfaces rough, inconsistent. These walls weren't polished, but they had a uniform slope, as if something had carved through deliberately. Not recently. There were no tool marks. Just a slow, even scrape, like something old had shaped it through weight or movement. 100 feet in, I found the first object. It was a rusted canteen, just sitting there, half covered in dust. Old Army-style aluminum, World War II era maybe. The kind you see in antique stores or estate sales. I picked it up. No markings, just rust and faded dents. My flashlight beam hit something further ahead. More objects scattered on the ground. A decaying boot, a torn strap, an empty brass casing from an old rifle round. That made me pause. One piece of junk in a cave could be anything, but several? That meant someone had been in here. Maybe decades ago, maybe longer. I scanned the area carefully, swept the floor with the beam. No bones, no full pack, just fragments. It didn't feel like a camp, more like they dropped things. As I moved in, or out, I went another 20 feet. The passage narrowed again. Then it opened into a chamber. I swear I felt the temperature drop as I stepped in. It was maybe 15 feet wide, 10 tall. The floor was smoother than expected, still rocky, but flat in the center like something had compressed it over time. The walls were streaked with black mineral lines. And in the far corner, something lay half buried in the dust. It was a metal box, military style, rectangular. The paint had flaked off, but I could still see faint green underneath. I stepped over and brushed away the dirt. It had clasps, both corroded. I pried them open with my multi-tool. Inside were old yellowed papers, a cracked pair of glasses, and a handful of small black and white photos. I pulled one out and held it to the light. A man stood in the photo, smiling stiffly. Military uniform. The back was labeled Lieutenant Thomas Greer, 1947. Another photo showed a group of men, 5 of them, standing beside a rock formation that looked familiar. My stomach turned. It was the same area I had just hiked through. But the rock in their photo had been taller, more intact. Time had worn it down. I took out the papers. Most were water damaged. Field notes. Coordinates. One had a simple line. Day 6, cave deeper than mapped. No echo in chamber. Sound swallowed. Lieutenant Thomas missing. That was all. No follow-up. No final entry. Nothing else to explain what had happened. I read the line again. Sound swallowed. That phrase clung to me. I turned off my flashlight for a second to test the chamber's acoustics. I stomped once. Nothing. No echo. Just silence. And not the usual silence. Not muffled. Just absent. Like the sound had never existed. I turned the flashlight back on and left fast. I didn't run, but my body wanted to. Every step out felt heavier. I kept expecting to hear something behind me. A rock shifting. A breeze. Anything. But there was nothing. When I crawled out into the sunlight, I stayed on my knees for a minute. The heat felt harsh, but comforting. Real. I flagged the cave again, triple marked it on GPS, and made camp further out in the open that night. I kept waking up. Every small sound in the dark felt deliberate. A scrape. A pop in the rocks. Maybe just the heat warping stone, but after what I'd seen, I couldn't stop thinking about it. When I returned to the station 2 days later, I handed everything over. The box, the photos, the notes. I filled out the report exactly. I left nothing out. My supervisor, Greg, listened but didn't say much. He had that tight look people get when they don't want to touch something. He nodded, said thanks, and logged it under historic debris, unknown origin. The cave? They sealed it. 2 weeks later, I saw a small team of contractors go in with tools and foam and heavy tape. They covered the entrance with fill and rock, camouflaged it. I asked one of them offhand if they'd documented the chamber or sent it to the archives. He just shrugged. After that, the area was removed from my patrol rotation. Quietly. That fall, I got reassigned. I asked Greg once, months later, what he thought really happened. He didn't answer at first. Then he said, sometimes you find places the land didn't mean to leave open. That was all. I worked other parks since then. Grand Teton, Zion, even a stint in Alaska. I've hiked terrain most people wouldn't dare touch. I've seen bad falls, bear attacks, dehydration cases, and search and rescue gone wrong. But nothing ever made my skin crawl like that place. It wasn't what I saw. It was what I didn't. It was how that cave felt. Wrong. Empty, but not dead. I still dream about it sometimes. I'm standing in that chamber, and the light goes out. I shout, but no sound comes. I'm swallowed whole. Not by the cave, but by the silence. That kind of silence doesn't leave you. It waits. I don't think I ever really understood how alone you could be until I started working in remote parks. I'd spent a couple years working smaller assignments, summer months, mostly as extra help during tourist seasons. I did the basic stuff, trail clearing, trash collection, pointing tourists in the right direction. But when I was offered a more permanent post at a high elevation site in the Rockies, I took it without hesitation. It was better pay, more responsibility, and it sounded like peace and quiet. I wanted that at the time. I think that's what pulled me away from people. I was tired of people. I wanted quiet. The station was built decades ago, back before cell towers were common. Even now, it was far from anything. Nearest town was 2 hours of dirt road and switchbacks away. The ranger station was a one-person post. There was a backup guy station in a trailer 15 miles down the mountain, but he only came up when the snow got deep or when tourists went missing. Neither happened much. The forest up there wasn't friendly. It was steep and cluttered with rock slides and blowdowns. The weather turned quickly. It could be sunny at 10 and hailing by noon. There weren't many designated trails. What hiking traffic we did get were hunters, solitude seekers, or the occasional over-prepared backpacker trying to tick off something hard. Not many people came up twice. My first couple of weeks were uneventful. I lived in a cabin, did check-ins by radio, logged weather, and hiked a few miles each morning to check the more dangerous parts of the terrain, places where mudslides had happened before, or trees leaned like they were waiting for the next gust to come down. There was no cell service, no satellite internet. The only way to talk to anyone was the long-wave radio mounted inside the station. It connected to dispatch, who relayed messages to the Forest Service. It was mostly for emergencies. The first real problem started in my third week when I found the deer. It was a buck, big, looked like a six-pointer, maybe more. The thing was lying about 50 feet off one of the old maintenance roads, one of those overgrown fire lines that was basically just a dirt scar now. I only saw it because I smelled it. The body was fresh, but there was blood pooled in a way that didn't look right. It had been gutted, not by an animal, but by a blade. I'm not a forensic expert, but I've seen what animals do to dead things. This wasn't that. The chest cavity was sliced open with a clean stroke. The organs were missing. No chewing, no tearing. Just removed. No tracks around it. Not even boot prints. And I'm good at seeing prints. You have to be in this line of work. I marked the GPS coordinates, took a couple notes, and kept walking. The next day, I found another. This time it was a doe. Same story, clean cut, no organs. Again, no prints, no drag marks. Just there, off the road, in the middle of nowhere. I didn't like it, but I logged it. I radioed it in that evening. Nobody seemed too concerned. Probably a poacher. Weird one, but nothing new, was the response I got. That was it. I didn't sleep much that night. The station creaked when the wind picked up. I didn't have blinds, just some old curtains. The woods out there were thick. You could stand 10 feet from the window and no one would see you. Sometimes the wind made it sound like someone was walking around the cabin, crunching pine needles and gravel. I told myself it was branches falling or squirrels, but I still kept the sidearm a little closer than usual. On the 5th week, I found something worse. I had gotten into a routine by then. Wake at 5, check the weather instruments, drink the bitter instant coffee, log my notes, then head out on my daily walk. I rotated the patrol routes, so I wasn't just walking the same paths over and over. This time I was near an old Firewatch trail that hadn't been used in years. It led up to a ridge where a rusted-out observation platform stood. Just a frame of it, anyway. I hadn't been up there yet. It was about a 9-mile loop, most of it uphill. But that day, I felt like hiking far. Maybe I just wanted to be tired when I got back. About halfway up, I found what looked like a makeshift camp. It was a small clearing about 20 yards off the trail, easy to miss if you weren't looking for it. There was a tarp strung between 2 trees, a fire pit made of rocks, and a few rusted cans on the ground. But it didn't look old. The coals in the pit were gray. That meant they'd been used recently, maybe a day or 2 ago. The tarp was bright blue, not faded. It hadn't seen much weather, but no one was there. I walked the perimeter. I found boot prints this time, but they were strange. The tread was thin and flat like indoor shoes. No heels, no deep pattern like hiking boots. It looked like someone had been walking around in soft slippers. There were dozens of them. No direction, just walking in loops around the site. There was something else, scratch marks in the trees. Not deep, just surface scrapes. Up high too, around head level. They weren't from bears. Bears claw deep. These were thin, like someone had been dragging something sharp along the bark. I left the tarp, noted the site, and made my way up the ridge. That night, something walked past the cabin. I know it wasn't an animal. I finished dinner, canned beans and a piece of old bread, and was reading when I heard it. One step, then another. Slow, deliberate. You can tell when something has a purpose in its movement. There were no lights outside. The cabin was pitch dark except for the lantern glow from my room. I froze, waited. The steps stopped just below the side window, the one near the tool shed. I didn't breathe. I just sat there, hand on the sidearm, waiting. It didn't move for a full minute. Then I heard it walk away. Same pace. Slow. Controlled. I stayed awake until daylight. Didn't hear it again. The next morning, I circled the cabin. No prints. Nothing. The dirt was undisturbed. I didn't radio that one in. What was I going to say? The next few days were quiet. Too quiet. I didn't find any more animals, and I didn't hear any movement at night. But the feeling didn't go away. I started jumping at every creak. I kept all the curtains closed. I stacked some firewood against the back window. It didn't feel like fear, not exactly. It was something colder, like I was being observed, like something was deciding what to do next. On the 7th week, I found a shoe. It was a single running shoe, gray, with red laces. Looked almost new, sitting on a rock near a dry creek bed. Just one. I checked the area, looked for signs of fall or accident. Nothing. No blood. No pack. No gear. Just a shoe. Again, no prints. The ground was soft there. Should have shown something. But the shoe might as well have been dropped from the sky. I took it back to the station, left it in the shed. Logged it. Still no word of missing persons. A few days later, the power went out. The generator was old, but it had backup fuel and always turned over. That night, it didn't. Just died around 2 a.m. I only knew because the fridge stopped humming, and the silence woke me. I went out to check it with a flashlight. The fuel line had been cut. Clean slice. Straight through. I turned around, light shaking in my hand, and scanned the tree line. Something moved. Not fast, just enough to catch the edge of the light. I didn't see what it was. Could have been a deer. Could have been anything. But it stood upright. I ran back inside, locked the door, and didn't leave until sunrise. That morning, I called it in. First time I used the emergency code. I didn't explain much, just that I had a cut fuel line, possible tampering, and needed a resupply team to check the station. They told me someone would be up within 72 hours. That was too long. I packed a bag, took my rifle, food, water, and maps. I decided to hike down to the Lower Ranger station, the one with the trailer 15 miles out. The road was too rough to drive without power, and I didn't trust the old ATV. I started walking. Around the 8-mile mark, I stopped. There were more shoe prints in the dirt. Same ones from the camp, flat, no tread like slippers. But this time they followed me, all the way from the station, winding in and out of the road. Sometimes close, sometimes 10 feet off. I hadn't seen or heard anything the whole time, but the prints are there. Fresh. I moved faster. Got to the trailer by dusk. The backup ranger, Steve, wasn't there. His trailer was locked, but his truck was parked beside it. That wasn't normal. If he was doing patrol, he'd take the truck. I walked the perimeter. Found the back door open. Not forced, just ajar. Inside, it smelled like metal and mildew. There was no sign of Steve. His pack was still on the floor. Radio was dead. Batteries ripped out. His bed looked slept in, but not recently. There were cans open on the counter, crusted over. But what got me were the walls. Someone had scratched into them. Deep gouges, using a blade or a rock. Words, over and over. He watches from the ridge. That's all it said. Again and again, in uneven lines. I didn't sleep that night. I locked the trailer door, blocked it with furniture, and stayed in the corner with my rifle pointed at the window. I listened to every sound, every branch. Something brushed the wall outside around midnight. Scratching, but it never tried to get in. At first light, I made the call again. Emergency frequency. I told them everything. Found the deer, found the camp, found the prints, found Steve's trailer like someone walked away and never came back. I told them someone was stalking me. I've worked as a park ranger for over 15 years now, most of it in backcountry areas where the visitors are fewer and the help is even further. I've walked hundreds of miles through forests, deserts, canyons, and mountains. Slept in places where the nearest road was a 2-day hike away. I've dealt with poachers, injured hikers, missing persons, bears that got too curious, flash floods, and more. But nothing has stuck with me the way that one search near Deep Hollow did. It happened in the fall of 2016. The days were getting shorter, and that meant fewer campers in the park, especially in the more remote zones. I had just rotated out to a section near the western edge of the park boundary. All steep canyons, heavy pine, and thick brush. It was an old mining area from back in the early 1900s. You could still find collapsed shafts, half-buried, or carts, even rusted machinery if you looked hard enough. The trails out there were rough. Some hadn't been maintained in decades, but a few hunters and old-timers liked to wander through that area, mostly because no one else did. That week, I was on solo patrol duty. Nothing unusual. I'd packed enough food for 10 days, radioed in, and hiked up to my fire lookout and backcountry cabin, a small A-frame with a bunk, stove, and just enough solar power to charge the radio and keep the lights on. It was remote enough that I only saw maybe 1 or 2 people a week up there. 3 days into my rotation, I got a call on the radio. It was dispatch, and they were forwarding a report from a woman who said her brother hadn't come home after a hunting trip in Deep Hollow. She gave his name, Jackson Burke, and said he was a solo hunter, mid-30s, experienced in the backcountry, not the kind of guy to get turned around easily. He told her he'd be home by Sunday. It was now Tuesday. I asked if he'd signed in at any of the trailheads. He hadn't. That wasn't uncommon. Some hunters and old-school backpackers thought the logbooks were government tracking, so they didn't bother. But he'd driven out in his 4Runner, which was still sitting at the end of Red Bluff Road, a narrow dirt track that dead-ended near one of the less-used trail spurs. I told dispatch I'd head out first light the next morning, start from the trailhead, and sweep west toward the old mine sector. They'd already contacted SAR in case we needed more people, but until we had a specific search zone, it was just me. I packed light, first aid, tarp, sat beacon, GPS, extra batteries, and about a gallon of water. The trail down from Red Bluff Road dropped fast into a canyon, then branched out like fingers into old creeks. The brush was thick, and the trail was overgrown with manzanita and deadfall. You couldn't move fast through there. By noon, I'd reached the first old shaft near a spot we call Iron Point. The shaft was covered with a rusted grate and a ring of warning signs, long faded and sun-bleached. Beyond that, there was nothing but wilderness. I started sweeping from that point, slow, methodical loops, calling his name even though I didn't expect a response. I found an old boot print about size 11, but couldn't confirm it was his. I marked it on the GPS and kept moving. I searched for 2 days without finding much. No shell casings, no campfire ring, no scent from a cigarette, not even litter. It was like he'd vanished. On the third day, I decided to push farther west, into a zone we usually didn't patrol. There were no official trails back there, just steep ridges, burned out deadfall, and an old logging road that hadn't been used since the 1950s. I remember it from my training manual, a narrow cut that curved through a saddle pass called Dead Horse Ridge. Legend was that a mule team had fallen off the edge of their back in the old logging days. The locals still called it the Teeth because of a weird set of rock formations that stuck out of the earth like jagged molars. I dropped into that zone just after sunrise, hiking hard through knee-deep brush. I found more boot prints near the edge of a dry creek. One of them looked fresh, too fresh to be anyone else's. I followed it for a while, tracking it through a draw until I came to an old trail marker nailed to a dead tree. The paint was faded, but it pointed west toward the Teeth. I followed the marker for maybe another half mile when I started seeing signs that didn't sit right. First was a torn piece of camo fabric caught on a branch, flapping like a flag. Then I found a shotgun shell, unfired, sitting on a rock. Just sitting there, not dropped, placed. That made me pause. I took a photo, marked the coordinates, then kept moving. About an hour later, I found the camp, or what was left of it. It was down a draw, maybe 100 yards off the old logging road. The fire ring was cold, but not ancient, maybe 5 or 6 days since it had been used. There was a half-burned log and some foil packets of food. One was torn open, licked clean. A metal mug had rolled into the brush. Nearby, I found a bedroll, ripped wide open. The stuffing had been clawed out or pulled apart. What really got me, though, was the rifle. It was a Remington bolt action, lying on the ground, safety on, with the strap torn off like someone had yanked it hard. No blood nearby, no shell casings, no animal prints either. Just boot tracks, the same ones I'd been following, leading away toward the ridge. I checked the rifle, fully loaded. So whatever happened, he hadn't used it. That night, I bivvied in the camp and radioed dispatch. Told them I'd found evidence of recent activity and probable direction of travel. They said they'd send a chopper out in the morning to help with aerial scans. I didn't sleep much that night. I kept hearing movement in the brush, distant at first, then closer. Every time I snapped on my light, it stopped. I told myself it was deer, or a fox, but I slept with my hand on my own rifle all the same. In the morning, I packed up and followed the trail over Dead Horse Ridge. It was steeper than I remembered from the maps, and the soil was loose. I nearly slipped twice. The rocks really did look like teeth, jagged and white, sticking out of the earth in sharp rows. Beyond them was a narrow box canyon I'd never been into. No trails, no old maps, nothing. I figured if he'd gone in there, he was either desperate or lost. I started down into the canyon, moving slow. The air was still, almost too quiet. I remember that clearly. Even the birds were silent. About halfway in, I started seeing more signs. Broken branches, scuffed dirt, and a plastic wrapper caught under a rock. It was one of those energy chews hikers carry. I checked the date. Still fresh. Then I found the blood. Just a small smear at first. On a rock, like someone had cut their hand scrambling. Then more, dried drops on the leaves, leading deeper in. I followed it until I found a clearing near the canyon wall. And there, under an overhang of rock, was what looked like a shallow cave. I stood still listening. Nothing. No sound. No wind. I approached the cave slowly, one hand on my rifle. I didn't go in, not first. I crouched and shone my light inside. It didn't go deep, maybe 15 feet, but something had been living in there. The bones were the first thing I saw. Not human, deer mostly, scattered and chewed. But some are fresh. Once let hide on it. Then I saw the pack. A hunting pack, dark green, stuffed into the corner. I pulled it out carefully and checked the tag. J. Burke. I radioed in the find and told them I was staying put until the chopper came overhead. But I didn't go back into that cave. Instead, I started looking around the clearing. The ground was torn up like a struggle. More blood. A lot more. Then I found the jacket. Torn in half, the zipper shredded. No body, no boots, just one glove, fingers bent backward. The chopper came in overhead 2 hours later. I waved them down and guided them to a clearing. They lowered a ranger, and we did a sweep together. He didn't talk much, just scanned and tagged everything. They flew the gear out, but we stayed to search the box canyon. We never found Jackson. Not his body, not a grave, not even a shoe. But near the end of the canyon, down where the cliffs got tight and the light barely reached, we found something else. Something worse. There was a wire snare. Old, rusted, strung between two trees. Illegal trap. Nearby, under a pile of rocks, we found more. Steel jaw traps. Dozens. Half buried, some still primed. Old traps, heavy duty. Too big for raccoons or coyotes. These were bear traps. Homemade in some cases. Welded with scrap metal. And not just scattered. Placed. Hidden. Almost like someone was still using them. We cleared the whole area. Tagged every trap. Marked the cave. We figured someone had been living out there. Maybe a squatter, maybe a paranoid survivalist. Maybe worse. The cave had drag marks near the entrance. And the bones, we found some that weren't deer. One femur, too small for elk. A pelvis, maybe human. Forensics took over, but the case never went public. The official report called it an accident in rugged terrain. No signs of foul play confirmed. No evidence of criminal activity found. That's how it always goes when they don't want a media circus. But know what I saw? That canyon had been used. For years. Maybe decades. Used by someone who knew how to disappear, how to trap. I worked as a seasonal ranger in the remote western region of a national park system, deep in the Pacific Northwest. Back then I was in my late 30s. It was a lonely posting. Remote. Rugged. Thick old-growth forests, jagged ridgelines, a lot of washed-out Forest Service roads that didn't show up on normal GPS cell signal died about 45 minutes past the ranger station. Once you were in, you were in. I didn't mind it. Honestly, I preferred the quiet. I didn't take this job to be near people. Most of the time, my duties were routine. Trail inspections, illegal campsite reports, wildlife checks, and the occasional busted water line or visitor vehicle left behind on some washed-out road. That summer had been quiet. Dry, but not fire danger dry. Just enough to coat everything in dust and pine scent. The area I was in charge of that year included a section called Clearwater Basin. Don't bother looking it up. It's not marked on most public maps. Not because it's a secret or anything, it's just one of those places no one visits. There's no trailhead, no signage. No point of interest on the visitor's brochure. Just backcountry. A few unofficial paths used mostly by hunters and old-timers. Some of them know it as Cabin Ridge, after a long-gone fire watch post that burned down in the 80s. But even those stories are vague. Most folks avoid it. That was fine with me. Less traffic meant less trash to haul out. Except in late July, I got a report from a fly-in survey crew. They were using a helicopter to inspect tree health for beetle damage. While circling the north end of the basin, they spotted what looked like smoke. They marked it on GPS and relayed the info to dispatch. My supervisor passed it down to me. Normally we'd send a firewatch drone, but something had glitched that week. Everything was down due to a firmware update. So it fell on me to do it the old-fashioned way, boots on the ground. I packed light, 2-day pack, satellite emergency beacon, topo map, fire tools, and extra water. I didn't plan to be out more than one night. Maybe hike in, confirm the smoke source, mark the area, and then hike out. Standard procedure. I left at first light, took the service road as far as I could, then parked where the trees got too dense. From there it was a 5-mile trek to the basin's edge. The terrain was rough. Steep inclines, down trees, no trail. Just gut instinct and compass bearings. I knew how to move in wild terrain, though. No big deal. The first couple of hours were fine. Quiet. No wind. The occasional hawk call. I noticed animal tracks here and there. Deer mostly. Some cougar. No signs of human traffic. I kept checking the map, making slow progress toward the GPS marker. About a mile out, I started smelling smoke. Not strong, but noticeable. Like a damp campfire that had burned low. That wasn't good. Even in low fire risk months, any smoke that far off grid needed checking. I pushed on. The smell got stronger. Eventually, I hit a ridge and looked down into a dip in the land. Almost like a shallow bowl surrounded by pine and fir. There was definitely something down there. Smoke curled up in slow spirals, too faint for a wildfire, but too much for just a fire ring. I descended carefully. No trail, just soft pine needles, loose rocks. I moved quiet. When I reached the bottom, I found the source, a small camp tucked beneath a rock overhang. At first glance, it looked abandoned. A lean-to made from branches and a tattered tarp, half-buried fire ring, old tin cans rusting in the dirt. But there were fresh signs. An empty water bottle that hadn't faded from sun, a dirty backpack propped against a tree, and a pile of ash in the ring that was still warm. Someone had been here recently. Now, I wasn't law enforcement, but I was still supposed to document unregistered backcountry camping. So I started photographing the site, noting the layout, checking for a name tag or ID in the trash. That's when I noticed something off. There was no tent, no sleeping bag, no food supply, really just old wrappers and half-burned cans. No sign that anyone was living here properly. More like they were hiding out. Even stranger, the ashes in the fire pit weren't wood. They were dark and powdery, almost oily. I didn't like that. Still, I couldn't just leave it undocumented. I radioed in my position, but got no reply. Not surprising out here. I left a weatherproof notice that this was an unauthorized camp, then started marking GPS coordinates. I decided to do a sweep of the area. Just a quick 360 check. See if the camper had gone to fetch water or firewood. About 20 yards into the woods, I found something I can still picture clearly even now. There were 3 small animals laid out on a flat rock. Not eaten, not scavenged, just laid out side by side. A rabbit, a jaybird, and some kind of weasel. Each looked fresh, no bloating, no bugs. Each had a single slash across its throat. Not deep enough to be a predator kill, but clean, precise, like a knife. That made me pause. This wasn't survival behavior. This was something else. I backed away, slowly. I didn't like how silent the woods were. Even normal silence out there usually still has something: birds, insects, wind through trees. But here, nothing. Just still air and the faint smell of smoke behind me. I decided not to spend the night. I hiked up the ridge again, trying to get a signal. No luck. I used my sat beacon to ping location data and sent a non-emergency update back to base. Then I turned around to hike back. That's when I saw the second camp. It was almost identical to the first. Same tarp style, same fire ring, same layout. But this one was about 50 yards upslope. I should have seen it before. I had no idea how I missed it. And this one was even older, covered in moss, fallen in. Then I spotted a third one, another lean-to, and another. All the same design, all decaying in different stages. 6 total, all within a half-mile radius. That's not normal. People don't build camps that close together out here, especially not hidden ones with no trails connecting them. I started to feel like I was being watched. I know how that sounds, but it's the only way to explain it. That deep prickling feeling in your neck when you just know something is watching you. The kind you don't question, you just move. So I picked up pace. Fast, deliberate steps. I wasn't running, but I wasn't wasting time either. The hike back was harder. The path felt different. Trees looked different. I know that doesn't make sense, but the terrain looked altered. I stopped 3 times to check my bearings. My compass pointed straight each time, but the route didn't feel right. I couldn't find my boot prints from earlier. I wasn't lost. I knew that, but I felt like something wanted me to think I was. It took longer to get back to my truck than it should have. I reached it right before sunset. The truck was fine. Nothing touched. No tracks around it. But when I turned the key, it didn't start. Battery was dead. Completely. It was a government fleet truck. Fairly new. I'd done the inspection that morning. Battery was fine. Now it was stone dead. I tried the radio again. Static. I hit the beacon again. Still said sent, but I had no way of knowing if the signal made it out. That meant one thing. I had to sleep there overnight and hike out at sunrise. No other option. The nearest ranger post was 20 miles by trail. I had enough supplies. I was trained, but I was angry and uneasy. I locked the doors, cracked a window, and settled into the back seat with my gear. Around 2 a.m., I woke up to a scraping noise. Not loud, just soft, like a branch dragging along the side of the truck. That happened again, a slow scrape, like something was circling the vehicle. I sat up fast, wiped the condensation from the windows, and shine my flashlight out. Nothing. No wind. No movement. Just thick trees. Then I noticed something strange. There were no insects on the glass. No moths. No bugs. Nothing. That's almost impossible in those woods. You shine a light at night, you get bugs. I stayed awake until dawn. At first light, I got out and checked the truck. There were faint marks along the passenger side. Thin, long smears in the dust. Not scratches. Just like something oily had been dragged along the panels. I took photos. Then I packed up and started the long hike out. That trail felt longer than I remembered. I kept glancing behind me. Every once in a while, I'd hear a branch crack or a rock shift, and I'd freeze. That's when I saw it. Not clearly, just a shape. Upright. Tall. Too tall. Peeking out from behind a tree about 30 yards back. When I stopped, it ducked out of view. I waited. Nothing moved. I didn't go investigate. I just kept walking. Faster this time. After an hour, the woods changed. Birds came back. Insects buzzed again. The air felt lighter. I made it to the station by early afternoon. The moment I walked in, the duty officer looked up and said, "We just got your signal this morning. Your beacon didn't push through until 4 a.m. 4 a.m. I'd hit that beacon the day before. Before sundown, I filed the report. Logged everything I saw. The camps. The animals. The dead battery. The weird movement. No one followed up. The area was red tagged for habitat monitoring and closed off indefinitely. That was the end of it. But here's the part. I've worked as a ranger in several places, some dry and cracked, others thick with trees and fog. But the scariest place I ever worked wasn't the most remote or rugged. It was just strange. Something about the way the land sat. Like it didn't want to be walked on. It's hard to describe unless you've spent enough time with land to recognize when it's holding something back. This happened about 8 years ago. I was stationed in a small national park in the southwest, near the Four Corners area. I won't name it here, because it's not one of the big ones you see in photos or documentaries. It was quiet, mostly desert canyons, not many tourists. That was the kind of post I liked best. Fewer visitors meant fewer problems. Or so I thought. My job was basic: patrol the outer trails, check the backcountry permits, make sure the old fire roads stayed clear of debris. Most of the time, I worked alone. The park had 3 other rangers. We had a shared cabin near the northern trailhead, and I usually only saw them when we rotated radio shifts or met up for supply runs. About 6 miles west of our cabin, down a jeep trail that turned to sand after the first 2 miles, was an area called Tahoma, Washington. Locals called it Dead Draw. It wasn't on the tourist map. There weren't any marked trails out there, just a dry canyon with sharp ridges and long finger-like gullies branching off into the red earth. The land dropped off fast in places, and even though it wasn't technically off limits, the park didn't encourage people to go there. The reason was simple. There was nothing out there. No views, no water, no shade. If you got stuck, it was a long hike back with no help. I didn't go out there often myself. Once every few weeks, I'd drive the first few miles, walk a loop just to check for signs of illegal camps or dump trash, then head back before noon. The sun was brutal in that part of the park. One day in mid-August, I was told to do a full-day survey of Tahoma, Washington. The order came from our supervisor up north. There had been reports of illegal ATV activity coming in from a nearby county. Supposedly, riders were sneaking in through the dry riverbeds and cutting through parkland, using Dead Draw as a shortcut to bypass the ranger stations. The locals had complained, saying they were tearing up the land and leaving behind garbage. So, I was told to check for fresh tire tracks, trash piles, or any sign of human activity. It sounded simple enough. I packed my usual kit: 3 liters of water, dried food, a flare, sat radio, extra batteries, basic first aid. I signed out a Jeep from a maintenance shed and drove out around 6:30 a.m. It was already warm when I reached the end of the drivable trail. The heat in that area builds fast. Even in the early morning, the rock radiates warmth like a cast iron skillet left on a stove. I parked under a short overhang and stepped out into the silence. There were no tire tracks, no footprints, no birds. Just that dry wind blowing through the rocks. I spent the first 2 hours walking the main wash, checking both sides. Nothing looked disturbed. I marked the GPS coordinates every mile like I was supposed to. At the far western end, the canyon tightened into a narrow pass. The walls came in close, maybe 4 feet wide at the tightest point, and the air got even hotter. I almost turned back there, but I figured if the riders were trying to sneak through, this was exactly the kind of path they'd try to use. I pushed forward. The walls rose higher, and the air became still. It felt like walking into a sealed oven. I walked about a mile through that winding pass until I came out into a flat, open basin. That's when things got odd. The first thing I noticed was the lack of sound. No insects, no birds, no wind. Even my footsteps seemed muffled. The basin was wide and flat, with low, jagged cliffs around the edge. I scanned the area. No tracks, no tire ruts. But there was something that caught my eye. A metal post sticking out of the ground on the far side, maybe 100 yards off. It looked like a fence post. Odd, considering this was federal land with no cattle grazing. I walked toward it. The ground under my boots felt slightly soft, like dried mud that hadn't fully hardened. I reached the post and saw that it was part of an old gate. There were rusted hinges and part of a chain still looped through it. The rest had been broken off. Behind it was a narrow trail that dipped down into a shallow gully and curved behind a small ridge. I followed it. That was my first mistake. I should have marked the post and turned back. My radio had already started to lose signal in the narrow pass. But curiosity got the better of me. I want to know why there was a gate all the way out here. I followed the trail about a quarter mile, and it opened into a second basin, this one smaller, almost perfectly round. And there, built into the side of the rock, was a concrete structure. It was just sitting there, part buried in the canyon wall. I stopped and stared at it for a good minute. It looked like an old bunker, flat concrete front, steel door, small air vent up top. No markings, no signs. Just there. I walked up to it slowly. The door was metal and had a heavy bolt lock on the outside. The bolt was rusted shut. I tugged on it, but it didn't move. There was no window, no handle, nothing to indicate what it had been used for. I looked for signs, paint, military markings, anything. Nothing. It was strange, but not impossible. The government used to build all kinds of installations out in remote areas. Testing stations, storage units, survey shelters. Still, I hadn't seen this on any park maps or documents. And I'd studied the old land use files before. This place wasn't listed anywhere. I took some photos with my work phone and marked the location in my logbook. I figured I'd bring it up with my supervisor back at the cabin. I turned to head back, but something made me pause. There were drag marks on the ground. Faint but visible, like something heavy had been pulled from the trail to the front of the bunker. The dust had settled slightly differently there. There was also a pile of small animal bones near the edge of the ridge. Looked like coyote or fox. Maybe something had been denning nearby. Still, the bones looked too clean. I didn't stay to study them. I started back toward the gate, but the sun had shifted and I couldn't see the shadow line I'd used to navigate in. The rock faces all looked the same now. Flat, orange-red, blistered by wind. I walked for about 10 minutes before realizing I was off course. I should have gone left around a small ridge, but instead I'd circled right. I was now standing in a small gully, not far from the bunker, but definitely not the way I came. I checked my GPS, but the signal was gone completely. The screen blinked with that empty coordinate readout. It was hot. My shirt was soaked through. I checked my water, about half gone. That wasn't good. I turned back, tried to retrace my steps, but the basin was like a funhouse mirror. Nothing looked familiar. Every trail seemed to curve into another. The air shimmered in waves. By the time I found the gate post again, I'd wasted nearly an hour. I made it back to the narrow pass and started through, but something about the heat and silence began to weigh on me. The air felt thicker now. The shadows on the walls seemed too dark for the time of day. I looked up. The sky was still bright, but I couldn't see the sun directly. Just that colorless glare. When I finally cleared the pass and returned to the wide wash, my legs were shaking. I don't know if it was heat exhaustion or something else, but I felt like I'd run 10 miles. My pack felt heavier. My boots were full of sand. I reached the Jeep around 3:40 p.m. My shirt was crusted in salt. I downed the rest of my water and sat in the shade under the overhang for a while, trying to cool down. My radio crackled weakly, just static. I didn't bother trying to call in. I started the Jeep and drove the slow, bumpy trail back toward the cabin. When I got there, I told the others about the structure. One of the older rangers, Dave, said he'd never heard of anything like that out there. We pulled up the old survey maps. Nothing marked. No records of any military or geological use in that sector. The next day, I drove back out with one of the other rangers, Jake. We tried to find the bunker again. Same route, same wash. But when we got to the basin, it wasn't there. No gate post, no trail, no second basin, just endless red rock. I thought I'd messed up the coordinates. Maybe I'd gone a different way. We spent 4 hours combing the area. Nothing. We found a few bones, some scattered tracks, but no structure. No drag marks. Not even the faintest sign of disturbed ground. When we got back, Jake told me not to mention it to the supervisor. He figured I'd been dehydrated, maybe had a mild heat stroke. Said I probably saw an old rock outcrop and imagined the rest. I knew what I saw. I still have the photos from my work phone. They're blurry, bad light, low resolution, but you can clearly see the outline of a concrete wall and a steel door. The bones, the drag marks, they're there, but the structure isn't. We never found it again. They transferred me to a different park the following spring. I didn't argue. I still don't know what that place was. A leftover shelter? An illegal storage site? A boundary of something older the park was never meant to cross? All I know is that some parts of the land remember what people forget. Some places want to stay hidden, and sometimes they succeed. I started working as a park ranger in 2012. I was 28 at the time, fresh out of a short military contract and tired of city life. The ranger position opened up in a region I had spent time in as a kid, South Central Oregon, near the Fremont-Winneman National Forest. I took it without blinking. I thought the job would be quiet, peaceful. I figured I'd spend my days checking campsites, clearing trails, and maybe catching the occasional dumb teenager trying to light a fire where they shouldn't. For the most part, that's how it was. My first few years were what you'd expect. Backwoods radio calls, mapping out trails, getting porcupine quills out of dogs, and helping old hikers down from wet ridge lines. The park had its quirks, sure. Big cats passing through, sketchy old cabins, even a missing person or two over the decades. But nothing really stuck to me. Nothing bad. That changed in early October 2018. That fall was colder than normal. We had hard frost in the mornings before the leaves had even turned all the way. The forest was half dead and half green, which made everything look off. The ground felt too firm too early in the season. Animals were acting strange too. Deer moving fast during the day like they'd been spooked. More birds than normal taking off south. The area I patrolled that season was called the Black Hollow region. About 60 square miles of mixed pine and hardwood forest, a handful of official trails, and a lot of old, unmaintained logging roads. Not many visitors made it out that way. The land was thick with underbrush and the trails weren't well kept. A few hunters went through in the fall, but that was about it. There was one road that always caught my attention, Black Hollow Road. It was a thin gravel line that ran east to west through the southern chunk of my patrol zone. It didn't go anywhere anymore. Used to connect to some logging sites in the 70s. Nowadays, it just wound down to a dead end near a dried creek bed and an old mining site. I had never gone to the end of it. There wasn't a rule about staying out of that area, but everyone kind of did. It was just known. Older rangers would shake their heads when it came up and say stuff like, waste of time, or you'll just end up digging your truck out. It was the kind of place you marked on the map, but didn't bother with. But that week, I had a report of a green Subaru Outback that had been seen parked down the far end of Black Hollow Road for 3 days straight. The guy who called it in was a hunter. He'd passed the vehicle twice and didn't think anyone had been around it. No movement. Same spot. Nobody camped nearby. That alone wasn't too strange. But he said it looked like someone had tried to cover the car with a tarp. Poorly. The edges were flapping in the wind. That raised a few red flags. I radioed it in, logged the location, and on Friday morning, I headed out with my truck. I left the ranger station at 6:30 a.m. The sun had barely started to rise, and everything had that blue-gray color to it. I took the service road to Black Hollow and started down. The gravel was half frozen, and my tires threw up chunks of ice and dirt as I drove. The road got narrow fast. Trees had grown in closer over the years, and I could see fresh scratches on both sides of the truck where people had gone through before me. After about 4 miles, I lost all reception. No GPS, no radio. That was expected in that part of the park, but it always made me feel more alone than I liked. At mile marker 7, the road dipped down and curved sharply west. That's where it started getting rough. Washouts, old culverts caved in, limbs half blocking the way. I slowed to a crawl and kept my eyes on the GPS map, even though the signal had cut out. I could still see the blue trail line. Around 8:20, I found the car. It was about 300 feet off the road, half pulled behind a tree line. Moss and dirt had kicked up over the wheels. The tarp was there, just like the hunters said, bright blue and poorly fitted, like someone had just tossed it on in a hurry. One side had come off completely and was caught under a log. The car was locked, all the windows intact. No one around. I wrote down the plates, checked the VIN, and logged the time. The plates came back registered to a woman from Bend, Oregon. That was 150 miles north. I looked inside. There was a backpack in the back seat, 2 water bottles, a park map, and a pair of hiking boots on the passenger side. No phone, no purse, no camping gear that I could see. The thing that really stuck out to me was that there were pine needles inside the car. A lot of them. Like someone had tracked them in, sure, but also like they'd been there a while. The driver's seat had dirt smeared across it. Wide, dark streaks, almost like someone had sat down in muddy pants. But the ground outside was dry. There hadn't been rain in 2 weeks. I hiked around the area for about 30 minutes, calling out once or twice out of habit, even though I knew it was probably empty. About 200 yards downhill from the car, I found a narrow path, old, uneven, clearly not official. It went south toward a draw where the forest dipped low. I followed it, mostly out of obligation, partly out of that stubborn feeling you get when something feels off. The path wound around a ridge for about half a mile, and that's when I found the opening. It was a mine entrance, abandoned, boarded up poorly with planks and rusted nails. There was a leaning wooden sign next to it, half rotted through, but I could still make out some of the letters. Black Hollow Mining Company, EST 1934. There was graffiti sprayed over part of it, and a large, flat stone had been dragged in front of the entrance. The strange thing? There were drag marks in the dirt. Fresh ones, leading into the mine. I crouched down and looked. The boards had been moved recently, scraped aside, then placed back. Not with care, either. Like someone was in a rush or didn't want to be seen. There was even a glove near the entrance. Cheap blackwork gloves, the kind you buy in packs of 5. This one was torn, like it had caught on something. I knew I should have turned around and radioed it in from higher ground. But I didn't. I had that itch, that gut feeling that something serious had happened. I moved the boards just enough to get inside. I didn't go far, maybe 20 yards in. It stank, like old oil, rust, and wet rock. The kind of smell you remember from basements or machine shops. The air was cold, still and dead quiet. I stood there listening, trying to hear anything, movement, breath, something. Nothing came. I marked the entrance with tape from my pack and hiked back to the car. I couldn't shake it. Something was wrong down there. I spent the next 2 days trying to reach someone with more authority to come back with me. I left voicemails, wrote reports, even contacted the sheriff's office. Nobody called back quickly. It wasn't a missing person case yet. Technically, the car wasn't listed as stolen. Nobody had been reported overdue. Sunday night, I made the call myself. I packed up, brought my own gear, light, rope, backup batteries, med kit, and went back before sunrise Monday. By 7 a.m., I was standing in front of that mine again. I pulled the boards away and went in. It went deeper than I thought. The shaft sloped downward steadily, not steep, but enough to pull you forward without thinking. The walls were rough. No support beams, just raw stone and mineral veins, old rusted marks where equipment used to be bolted in. At about 60 yards in, I started seeing strange things. A boot print. Fresh. Big. Maybe size 12 or 13. I wear 10. These weren't mine. They were spaced far apart too, like whoever made them was moving quickly. A few yards later, I saw another, this one smeared sideways like someone had slipped. Farther in, I found a plastic bottle. Water, still half full. Then I saw scratch marks on the right-hand wall, faint but long, for deep grooves like fingernails. I felt a chill even though the air hadn't changed. The tunnel curved left and opened into a larger chamber, about 15 feet across, 8 feet high. And that's where I saw it. A pile of clothes, just dumped. Pants, shirt, jacket, all folded like they'd been left on purpose. Next to it, a flashlight with a dead battery and a torn-up notebook. Most of the pages were ruined from moisture, but one was still readable. It said, "Something's down here. I saw a move. I know it sounds wrong. I can't find the exit. I think I circled back. If anyone finds this." That's where the writing stopped. The pen line dragged sideways off the page. I left. Not immediately. I stood there for maybe 30 seconds, not breathing, just listening. But the silence was too thick, like something was holding it in. I backed out, retraced my steps, and left everything as I found it except the notebook page. I hiked back to the truck, shaking, and drove straight to the station. We went back the next day, me, 2 deputies, and another ranger. Full lights, proper maps, everything. We searched the mine completely. We didn't find the chamber. We found the tunnel, sure. Found the old entrance, found the boot prints. But when we followed it down, it didn't curve left. It just ended, about 100 yards in. A full cave-in. Rocks so tight and packed it must have happened years ago. No chamber. No clothes. No notebook. I still have a notebook page. I never turned it in. A week later, the car was towed. 2 weeks later, the woman who owned it was declared missing. Still is. They said she was likely lost in the woods, maybe took a wrong turn off a trail and got disoriented. I work for the Forest Service going on 16 years now, most of them in the same stretch of eastern Oregon. It's dry country, covered in ponderosa pine and high desert brush, with deep canyons and forgotten logging roads that seem to lead nowhere. When most people picture a national forest, they think of tall trees, rushing creeks, soft moss, maybe elk standing quietly between tree trunks. But out here, it's sharper, sun-bleached, harsh. There's beauty, sure, but it's the kind that hides rattlesnakes under the rocks and black widows in the outhouses. My main duty was patrolling a large area of forest around an old, decommissioned stone quarry about 10 miles off the main highway. The quarry hadn't been used since the late 70s, but the Forest Service kept the land under its care. It was still technically public property, though we discouraged visitors because of the unstable rock ledges, sharp drop-offs, and a history of minor injuries. Most folks didn't even know it was there, and we liked it that way. The place had a strange, half-forgotten feel to it. It wasn't haunted or cursed, not in the way people use those words, but gave off a kind of wariness. Like the land itself had been broken open and never quite settled back. The quarry was about 60 feet deep, wide enough to look like a dry lake. The bottom was cracked concrete and broken stone, stained orange with rust. Old drill marks, water channels, rusted metal beams still stuck out from the walls in spots. It was ugly, and it was dangerous. And once, I had to stay out there for 3 nights straight. It started with a call from a hiker, someone who decided to cut through that section of forest against a recommendation. He'd stumbled across the quarry and claimed he saw fresh signs of activity, not just beer cans or graffiti. He said there were tire tracks going in and out, new ones, and people digging late into the night. He didn't stop to talk to them, just got the hell out. Smart guy. I checked the camera footage we had on the trailhead closest to the quarry road. Motion-activated cameras are common in those backwoods areas. They don't stop people, but they give us a sense of traffic and any patterns. The system had recorded a large truck, looked like a flatbed or possibly a trailer rig, coming through at around 1:40 a.m. 2 nights before. The headlights were high, clear, and it wasn't the usual four-wheelers or dirt bikes we sometimes get from locals. That was enough to send someone out, and that someone was me. My supervisor authorized a multi-day watch. I was to drive in, set up a hidden observation point, record activity, and report back before we made any decisions. The law enforcement rangers could only act with more evidence. Trespassing, after all, wasn't a high-priority offense unless it came with illegal dumping, poaching, or excavation. So, I packed for a 4-day shift. A tent, food, optics, GPS, sidearm, spare batteries, paper logs, and my emergency sat phone. Drove on a rough 2-track road through burnt pines and loose shale until the forest opened up into that massive gouge in the earth, the quarry. It always looked wrong to me. Not just man-made, but like a wound that never closed. I parked back a 1/4 mile so my truck wouldn't be spotted from inside the pit. Hiked the last leg with my gear, picked a vantage point up on a ledge with good coverage, about 60 feet above the floor of the quarry. From there, I had a near full view of the pit's interior and most of the old access road. That first day was uneventful. Just heat, wind, and distant woodpeckers. I glassed the site every hour. Saw the expected: broken tools, crushed paint cans from years back, one weathered deer carcass half down a slope. I marked some fresh boot prints, maybe a day old, and a large tire tread and dried mud heading into the south entrance of the quarry. No tread out. That night, I stayed up past midnight watching. The moon was near full, casting sharp shadows. Nothing moved. No engine noise, no headlights, no voices. The trees around me were still. I slept in short bursts, light and wired. No campfire, no light. I wanted to stay hidden. It was on the second night when things shifted. Around 2:30 a.m., I heard the engine. It was faint at first, just a low hum over the wind. I eased out of my sleeping bag, grabbed my binoculars, and scanned the road to the south. After about 10 minutes, headlights appeared through the trees. They bounced slowly as the vehicle crawled over the rocky terrain. It emerged. It was a military-style truck, olive drab, no markings. Looked old, possibly surplus. It had a cage frame over the bed, like those used for hauling gear or personnel. No visible plates. It rumbled down the slope into the quarry, headlights cutting a straight line across the walls. Then it parked near the west side of the pit, lights still on. 2 men got out. I couldn't make out faces, but both wore dark clothing and moved with a kind of practiced rhythm, like they'd done this before. They unloaded some long tools, maybe pry bars or metal detectors, and a few storage crates. No one spoke, not even to give instructions. They worked by light, quickly and quietly, for almost an hour. I watched as they pried up some of the old concrete slabs near a rusted pipe channel. They didn't take samples. They took something out. It looked like metal, maybe parts or containers. Could have been old mining equipment, but they handled it like it was valuable. One of the men wrapped the object in a tarp and stowed it in the truck bed. They kept working until about 4 a.m., then loaded up and drove out the same way they came in. I waited until sunrise to go down and check. Traced their boot prints, saw where the ground had been disturbed. They'd unsealed an old grate embedded in the floor of the quarry, one I hadn't even noticed before. The metal had been cut clean, not rusted through. I spotted a fresh weld mark where the cover had once been attached. Whatever was under there, they knew about it. They came prepared, and they didn't want it found. The next night, they came again. Same time, same truck, but this time they weren't alone. I'd set up a trail cam trap near the base of the quarry slope, half buried it in shale, pointed it toward the truck route. I'd also moved my vantage point closer, tucked into a narrow crevice with a better view of the grate. They brought more crates, heavier gear, a cutting torch. One of them stayed near the truck while the other went to work opening another section of the quarry floor. But then, something startled them. The man by the truck turned suddenly, looking up toward the ridge, toward where I had originally camped. He climbed the slope partway, flashlights sweeping the trees. Then he called out to the other guy in a short, urgent whistle. They packed up faster this time, less careful, dropped one of the crates and didn't pick it up. After they drove off, I waited until first light and climbed down again. The crate was still there, locked, metal heavy. It had no markings, just a steel latch and rubber seals. I didn't try to force it open, not without proper backup, but I took photos, logged its weight and dimensions, marked GPS coordinates. Then I called in on the sat phone. My supervisor was out that day, but I left a full report with dispatch. They confirmed law enforcement would be in by the following night. Until then, I was told to remain on site, observe but not engage. So I waited again. The third night was the longest. I stayed awake, sitting cold in that crevice, eyes burning from staring through lenses. At 2:40 a.m., the truck came back, but this time, not just one. There were two. One truck parked inside the quarry. The other stayed up on the ridge, near the edge of the forest, right by my old camp. They knew. I don't know how, but they knew someone was watching. The man by the upper truck got out with binoculars and scanned the trees. He was looking for me. I didn't move. Down in the pit, they worked fast, dragging out 3 more crates from that same sealed section. But the tension was high. They kept looking around. One man wore a headset, talking to someone I couldn't see. Then they did something strange. They buried the crate they had dropped the night before, dug a shallow hole near a rock ledge, and covered it with broken debris, as if they wanted it hidden. Or maybe they didn't have time to haul it. At 4:12 a.m., both trucks rolled out. I waited 10 more minutes, heart thudding. Then I hiked down again. I dug up the crate. Same markings. Still sealed. Still heavy. Law enforcement arrived by 6 a.m. 2 armed rangers, a USFS investigator, and 1 federal agent I hadn't met before. I gave them my logs, showed them the site, pointed out the buried crate. They confiscated everything. Within hours, the whole quarry was locked down. Signs posted. Road gated. Air Patrol was called in for surveillance. Whatever was going on, it was no longer just a ranger's problem. Weeks later, after the official debrief, I was pulled aside by the federal agent. He didn't give me a name, just thanked me, told me the operation was under review and that the individuals I saw were being identified. I asked what was in the crates. He didn't say. But a few months later, word quietly went around that several old Cold War era storage sites, ones not officially listed on maps, had been rediscovered in various parts of federal land. Decommissioned chemical storage, experimental equipment, even radar jamming prototypes, things buried. I don't think most people really understand what a park ranger does, especially out in the backcountry. They think we sit around in wooden towers or drive cute little green trucks handing out trail maps. And sure, sometimes we do that. But most of the time, we're the only ones out there when something bad happens. When the trail washes out, when a hiker disappears, when there's a body. And yes, they're bodies. I was working in a remote section of national forest land in Northern California. I won't say exactly where, but it was in the mountains, not too far from the Nevada border. This forest wasn't one of the famous ones with gift shops and lookout points. It was old, quiet land, mostly pine and manzanita, with rough dirt roads and no cell service for miles. There were maybe 6 of us assigned to that whole district, which covered hundreds of square miles. You could hike for a week in one direction and not see another person. I was in my 4th year there. I'd gotten used to the quiet, the long days, and even the strange things you saw sometimes. But what happened that spring still eats at me? It started with a call from the district office. A pilot with the Forest Service had flown over Section 6, one of the more remote parts of the zone, and noticed what looked like a collapsed shelter or maybe an old fire lookout. Problem was, there was never any structure recorded in that area. I pulled the old paper maps. Nothing. The satellite map didn't show anything either, just forest and steep terrain. So they asked me to check it out. Now, Section 6 was no joke. The roads out that way were rough, even in a Jeep, and the trails weren't maintained. It was a full-day hike just to get to the approximate coordinates. I packed light, but enough to spend the night. Tent, sleeping pad, MREs, water, basic first aid GPS, and a .45 sidearm I carried for mountain lions. I also had a Garmin inReach in case I needed to hit SOS. I left just after dawn, drove as far as the truck would go, then locked the gate behind me and started hiking. The terrain got steep fast, loose rock, switchbacks, deadfall across the trail. No signs of people, no wrappers, no broken branches, no old campfire rings. Just dry pine needles and wind. Around hour 6, I started checking the GPS coordinates the pilot had given. The closer I got, the stranger the terrain felt. Trees were thinner here. The sun hit the forest floor directly, but it still felt dim. Hard to explain. Like the air was heavier. There were no birds, no squirrels. Just my own boots crunching and the distant creek of old trees in the wind. Then I found it. At first, I thought it was just a rockfall or maybe an old hunting blind. But when I got closer, I saw metal. It was a square structure, maybe 15 by 15 feet, partly collapsed and mostly covered in dirt and leaf litter. Not new. This thing had been here for years. Decades, probably. Rusted beams, rotting plywood, and a half-buried steel drum beside it. No signs of fire, but the wood was blackened in places, like maybe it had burned at some point or weathered. I circled the thing for a while, poking around the debris. Found some old nails, a busted lock, part of a rotted sleeping bag. Nothing to identify it. No signs, no serial numbers. No gear or trash that told me who had built it. Then I found the bone. It was sticking out from under a collapsed wall, long and white, like it had been there a while. I crouched and brushed away some of the dirt. It was a femur. Human. I radioed in on the SAT unit, letting base know I'd found an unrecorded structure with suspected human remains and would camp overnight to secure the scene. Then I cleared a space about 50 yards away and set up camp. I was trained in search and recovery, but it still puts a pit in your stomach when you find a bone like that. Even if it's decades old, it means someone died out there. And usually, nobody came looking for them. That night was rough. I didn't sleep much. I kept hearing things, branches snapping, maybe wind, maybe animals. But it fell off, like something was circling the camp, but never getting close. I stayed zipped in my bivy sack with the pistol close. Next morning, I went back to the structure and did a more thorough sweep. Found more bones. A rib cage under a collapsed panel, a skull nearby. All of it old, sun-bleached, no soft tissue. Scavenged, maybe. No clothes left, just fragments of what might have been canvas or denim. A rusted belt buckle, the sole of a boot. There was no ID, no wallet, no dog tags. Nothing. But it wasn't just one body. By the end of the day, I'd counted 3 skulls, all in different spots around the collapsed structure. And what really got me was the way they were spread out, like they died at different times. I flagged the whole site, marked GPS, took dozens of photos, and started the hike back the next morning. The full report went to the district office, who passed it to law enforcement. A few days later, a recovery team came out. I wasn't with them, but I heard through channels that they found at least 5 sets of remains total. No positive IDs. No missing persons reports in the system that matched anyone who might have gone missing there. Then the paperwork started. Weeks of emails, phone calls, reports. A few people from some federal agency, not Fish and Wildlife, something else, came by asking questions. What exactly had I seen? Did I move anything? Did I take anything? No, of course not. The structure was pulled apart and carted off. Every scrap taken. And I was told to drop it. That section of the park was reclassified as a no-go zone due to unstable terrain. They sent out a memo telling us to avoid Section 6 entirely. Even patrol routes were changed. But I couldn't stop thinking about it. So on my own time, I started looking. I went to the Ranger archives and pulled old paper records, maps from the 1950s and 60s. You'd be amazed what they used to store in ranger stations before everything went digital. Field notes, trail journals, even old handwritten reports. And I found something. In 1968, there was a small fire recorded in Section 6. Nothing big. 1 acre contained quickly. But the report mentioned a shelter fire with unconfirmed materials stored within. That was it. 1 line. 2 years later, another note. A ranger named Martin J. filed a complaint about unauthorized activity in the same area. He wrote about hearing gunshots late at night while camped nearby, seeing lights in the trees. He requested a formal investigation. Nothing ever came of it. A year after that, he was transferred. Then nothing. I tried to track him down, but Martin had passed away in 1998. I brought it up casually to his supervisor, just asked if we had any history of illegal hunting camps or fire towers in that area. He gave me a long look and told me not to worry about it. Said the structure was probably some old Cold War survivalist site or abandoned logging shelter. Nothing to lose sleep over. I dropped it. On paper, at least. But I kept thinking about it. Why build a shelter that deep in the woods, not on any road, with no signs of logging or trails? Why did the remains look like they died years apart? Who had been using that place? And for what? And most of all, why did someone go to so much trouble to erase it? Sometimes I think about hiking back out there just to see if anything's left, but I haven't. Maybe it's better I don't know. I worked as a park ranger for over 16 years. Most of those years were quiet. A few rescues, a few dumb kids getting too close to bears, or jumping off cliffs for likes. But there's one stretch of land in one of our lesser-known state parks out west that still makes my skin itch when I think about it. No ghosts, no monsters, just real people doing things that weren't right. Things that, looking back, I should have caught earlier. But I didn't, and it got someone hurt. This happened in the spring of 2017, about 5 months before I transferred out of the region. I was stationed at a state park in central Utah, not one of the big names like Zion or Arches, but one of those spots hikers drive through on their way to the big destinations. That's exactly why it stayed so quiet. Smaller crowds meant less oversight. We had caves, bluffs, pine forest, sage scrub, and an abandoned rock quarry that was officially off limits but still drew in local teens from time to time. We called that quarry section the Hollow because from overhead it looked like a scoop had been carved out of the landscape. It was maybe 2 miles from the main hiking loop and maybe 6 or 7 from the ranger station where I worked. Technically, it was still within my patrol boundaries, but because of how steep and degraded the trail was, it was rarely checked. Every now and then, we'd find bottles or burned out log from a fire pit and clean up, but nothing serious ever turned up. Until it did. I was doing a standard check one morning, early May. Temperatures were still low at night, but the days were warm and dry. Perfect for day hikers, but risky for the careless ones who didn't check weather reports or tried camping in risky places. My log that morning showed a couple of missing hikers up north, not in our jurisdiction, but I kept it in the back of my mind just in case. Most of the day was normal, clearing fallen limbs off trail, logging maintenance issues, radio check-ins. That afternoon, I was reviewing some old backtrail reports, paper ones that hadn't been digitized yet. One of them from 2 years back mentioned a hidden trailhead near the Hollow, about a quarter mile from the old quarry base. The note was written in pencil, real quick and almost as an afterthought. Heard secondhand about some kind of game trail or animal path leading east from the Hollow Basin. Didn't explore. That caught my attention. It wasn't unusual to find deer or mountain lion paths that weren't on the map, but something about the vagueness of that note didn't sit right with me. Maybe it was just the way it said some kind of game trail. That's the kind of phrase people use when they don't know what they saw. So the next day, I geared up and decided to make a direct patrol out that way. I didn't tell dispatch much, just that I was checking out erosion around the quarry bluff. That wasn't a lie. Rain runoff from the upper forest had started to eat away at some of the trails, and we had talked about closing sections if they got worse. The hike out took me about an hour and a half. I kept to the narrow connector trail most of the way. When I got within view of the quarry, I slowed down. The place was a weird sight. Flat gray stone, half filled in with red dirt and sagebrush that had crept in over the decades. There was a lot of graffiti sprayed across the quarry walls. Kids used it as a party spot sometimes, even though it was fenced off. The fencing didn't matter. You could walk around it with enough effort. I circled the north edge and then dropped down into the basin. It was mostly dry down there, except for a few runoff channels carved into the dirt. I checked for signs of recent activity. No new tire tracks, no trash, no signs of fire. I walked the perimeter and then focused on that note from the old report. East from a basin. It took a while, but I found what I assumed they were talking about. It wasn't a real trail, not even a good game trail. It looked more like a narrow footpath, worn, but not recently. The brush was starting to creep in on it, but it was still visible. I started up it, cautious, marking my path with orange tape every 100 feet or so. After maybe 15 minutes of climbing, the terrain started to change. The thick sage gave way to tall pine. The air felt colder too, which didn't make much sense considering the time of day and elevation. I noticed something else too, quiet. Not the usual peaceful forest quiet, but the kind where your brain starts tuning into every snap of a twig or rustle of leaves. Then I found the blind. It was a crude wooden hunting blind, maybe 5 feet off the ground, nailed into a set of dead trees. It didn't look very old. It had a tarp cover, faded camo, but newer than the wood frame. That's when I really stopped and paid attention. Hunting wasn't allowed anywhere in this section of the park. Never had been. And this wasn't a public use blind. This was built and hidden with care. I climbed up slowly. The steps were rough, but held my weight. Inside the blind, I found empty shell casings, .22 caliber, and a pair of binoculars. No food wrappers. No water bottles. Whoever used it didn't leave much behind. I glassed the area with the binoculars. From that vantage point, you could see down into the quarry basin clear as day. Even the entrance to the game trail. They were watching the hollow. That was enough for me. I marked the spot on GPS and headed back down, thinking I'd file a full report. Maybe get a wildlife officer out here. Maybe someone had been poaching. But before I could reach the quarry again, I found something else. Halfway back down the slope, I noticed an out-of-place patch of dirt near the base of a rock shelf. It looked fresher than the rest of the ground, dark and slightly raised. I walked over, crouched, poked it with my boot. The soil shifted oddly. It wasn't just soft ground. It was a buried cache. I grabbed my field trowel and started carefully digging. The layer was shallow, 6 inches, maybe less. Underneath, wrapped in an old oil-stained towel, were several objects. A compact trail camera, a field notebook, and a cheap plastic phone. The phone was powered off. I didn't mess with it there. I just put everything into my bag and kept walking. By the time I got back to the ranger station, the sun was low and my shoulders were tight from tension I didn't even realize I'd been carrying. I filed the preliminary report, locked the items in the evidence cabinet, and went home. But I couldn't sleep. Around 1 a.m., I powered on the phone. There were only a few photos on it. Most were dark or blurry, brush, rocks, nighttime shots. But one image stood out. It was a zoomed-in picture of a person. Young guy, early 20s, face smeared with something, mud or grease or maybe paint. He was crouching behind a rock outcrop near the quarry, and he was looking straight at the camera. The timestamp said it was taken 4 months ago. I didn't recognize the face, and there weren't any missing persons matching the image. That freaked me out more than if there had been. Someone had been hiding in the hollow, watching people, maybe hunting, and nobody even knew he was out there. The notebook had more. It was written in shorthand, weird symbols mixed with regular words. But the words I could read, target enters at dusk, light on ridge, noise in hollow, told me someone had been logging movements, watching, studying. That next week turned into a circus. State police got involved. We combed the hollow with dogs, found more blinds, more hidden gear, and eventually the remains of a camp up in the trees, very well hidden, almost invisible from the trail. There were hand-carved spears, a burned-out radio, and stacks of water jugs. But no sign of the person in the photo. That part made the news. Briefly, they called him the Quarry Watcher. We never found him, but we found something else. About 3 weeks into the search, a hiker went missing about 12 miles east. His body was found in a dry creek bed, broken ankle, dehydration. But here's the thing, his backpack was gone, completely stripped from his body. Not just scavenged gone. No animals did that. And the direction he was found in? Right in line with the ridge behind the hollow. Rangers had warned him to stay on trail. He didn't. I stayed another 5 months. After that, I requested a transfer. I don't scare easy, but something about that place. It felt wrong. Not haunted, just wrong. Like the land itself had been claimed by something that didn't want to be found. And maybe still hasn't been. I check the old case file sometimes. No updates. No new sightings. But sometimes when I'm out on patrol in a different park, different state, I still get that feeling. That crawl in the back of my neck. That whisper that says, you're not alone out here. And I remember the blind. The way it looked down into the hollow. The way he was watching. Waiting. I don't think he ever left. I worked for the Forest Service for almost 11 years. Mostly backcountry posts. Quiet places. Nothing flashy. The kind of parks you pass on your way to the big ones. I liked it that way. I liked being alone. I liked knowing the land better than most people ever would. And I liked feeling useful. Most of the time, My days were pretty normal. Trail maintenance, wildlife surveys, making sure campers weren't feeding raccoons out of their tents, stuff like that. But one season, something happened out at Little Arrowhead National Forest, a park barely anyone outside the state had even heard of, and I still think about it more than I should. It wasn't ghosts or Bigfoot. It was something worse in a way, because it was real and human and quiet. It started in mid-August. It was a dry, mean summer. The creeks were low, the ground cracked like old leather, and the underbrush was loud beneath your boots. I was assigned to the east end of the park, covering the 3 big loop trails and the primitive campsites past the old lumber roads. My HQ was a weather-worn ranger station that sat half-buried in pine needles, 20 minutes from the main service road. No radio unless I drove a quarter mile up the hill. No cell signal anywhere, just static and trees. One day, I got a report from a day hiker about a strange smell near Site 17. Said it stank like rotting meat. I figure it was probably a dead deer or a coyote kill. Nothing unusual. Things die out here all the time. But protocol says we check. So the next morning, I packed up a small kit, slung my rifle over my back just in case, and hiked out to check it out. Site 17 was at the bottom of a shallow ravine, maybe 5 miles out on the Loopy Trail. It was one of our least used primitive sites, just a flat patch of dirt, a fire ring made of stones, and an old bear pole with rust on the hook. I hadn't had to clear it all season. Most people preferred the Lakeview sites up near the ridge. When I got there, it looked fine. No signs of camping, no fresh tracks, no ashes in the fire ring. But as I walked the perimeter, I caught the smell the hiker had mentioned. It wasn't sharp like roadkill. It was older, faint, but clinging to the air like mildew. I followed it through the trees for maybe 30 yards and found what I figured was the cause. Half a deer carcass, mostly bone and dried tendon, slumped against a boulder. It was old, maybe a month dead, already picked clean by scavengers. Looked like it had rolled down from higher ground and just stopped there. I made a note of it and moved on. No cause for alarm. But then, a few days later, I passed through the area again and noticed something odd. Someone had been through the site. There were faint boot prints, heavy tread, probably a men's size 10, and a fresh notch cut into one of the birch trees about waist height. Just one. I see markings like that sometimes. Usually campers leaving signs for friends or hunters marking trails. Still, Site 17 wasn't a common stopping point. I checked the logbook back at the station. No permits filed for that area. No notes about trail maintenance or surveying in that zone. Nothing. I figured it was just someone squatting or cutting through off the books, but I didn't like it. Something about the boot prints felt deliberate, like the person had walked to the site, stood there for a bit, then walked away in the same direction. No signs of rest, no food scraps, no trash, not even a cigarette, but over the next 2 weeks, I kept a closer eye on it. Every few days, I'd swing by the ravine, take a loop around, and try to catch whoever was coming through. I never saw anyone, but things started to feel different. One day, I found a second tree marked, this time up on the ridge about 50 yards south of the site. Same notch, same height. Another time, I found the fire ring disturbed. Still cold, but the stones had been shifted slightly, like someone had rearranged them. Then came the bones. 3 weeks after the first report, I found a small pile of animal bones, maybe rabbit or squirrel, stacked in a neat pyramid near the base of the bear pole. Cleaned, dry, bleached white by the sun. No meat, no blood, no fur. Just bones, arranged carefully like someone had taken their time. That's when I filed a report. Head office didn't say much. Probably just a weirdo, they told me. Maybe a solo camper with an artistic streak. But they told me to keep checking, keep logging anything strange, and call in if I saw someone. So I did. I started taking my rifle with me, every time. Loaded. Then, one morning, I hiked out early to check the site again. This time, I found something that made my stomach turn. There was a pit. It hadn't been there before. Roughly 4 feet across, about 3 feet deep. Not a fire pit. No ashes or scorch marks. Just a hole in the ground dug by hand. The dirt was piled up beside it, dry and pale. In the bottom were more bones, larger this time. Deer, I think. Again clean, arranged in a circular pattern. And on top of the pile sat a single dead crow, wings outstretched like it had been posed. No tracks around the pit. No signs of tools or digging equipment. Just the hole, the bones, the bird. I didn't touch it. I took photos, marked the GPS coordinates, and left. That night, I couldn't sleep. The silence out there wasn't normal anymore. I kept feeling like I was being watched. I didn't hear owls or bugs or the wind. Just the creak of the old station as the wood settled and the occasional ping of pine needles hitting the roof. 2 days later, I hiked out again. The pit was filled in. Not just refilled, but packed tight like someone had stomped the dirt down with their boots. The crow was gone. The bones were gone. I didn't know what to do. I started to wonder if someone was living out there, off-grid, hidden. Maybe up in the hills or down in one of the old mining cuts that hadn't been mapped in years. There were plenty of places to hide. I thought about setting up a trail cam, but the area was technically outside my equipment zone. I'd have to file paperwork, wait weeks. And besides, I didn't want whoever was to find it and know I was watching. So I watched the old-fashioned way. I spent the next 5 days camping out a few hundred yards from Site 17. I set up a blind in the rocks, cooked cold meals, stayed quiet. I kept my gear minimal and made no fire. Just waited. And on the third night, I saw him. He came just after 3 a.m. No flashlight, no sound, just a dark shape moving along the edge of the trees, slow and careful. He walked like he knew the land, like he belonged. He stopped at the old fire ring and stood there for a long time. Then he knelt down and started laying something out on the stones. I couldn't see what it was, but he was meticulous, calm, like he was performing a routine. Then he stood, looked around, looked right in my direction, though I was sure he couldn't see me, and walked back into the trees. I stayed in that blind until sunrise. My legs were numb and my hands were shaking, but I didn't move. When I finally got to the site, he was gone. In the fire ring, I found a circle of bones again. And in the center, this time, was a scrap of paper. Damp, weathered. Looked like it had been torn from an old journal. The writing was smeared and faint, but one line stood out. They don't look where the water runs dry. That didn't mean anything to me. Not at first, but I kept thinking about it. I pulled out old topographic maps of the park and started looking for dry creek beds, old washouts, places where water used to flow. There were dozens, maybe more, but one caught my attention. A narrow gully about a mile east of Site 17, marked as Seasonal Creek, inactive, on an old 1986 survey map. It hadn't appeared on any of the newer charts. I hiked out that way the next day. The entrance was hard to spot, just a dip in the land hidden by brambles and loose stone. But once I slid down into it, I could see the faint remains of old water flow. Smooth rock, streaks of mineral buildup, collapsed banks. I followed it for maybe half a mile. Then I found a structure. It was almost nothing, just a wall of stacked stones tucked into the side of the gully, half hidden by ivy. Looked like an old cold cellar or trapper's cache. But when I got closer, I saw the outline of a doorway. No door, just a gap. Inside, it smelled like wet dirt and old wood. I didn't go far in, just far enough to see that it kept going. Deep, too deep for something that small. I shined my light and saw signs of use. Recent, boot prints, scuff walls, a bent camping pot, bones, not animal bones. I turned around, got out, marked it, radioed it in. Law enforcement came in a few days later with dogs and gear. They sealed the whole area off. I wasn't allowed to go back. Didn't ask to. All I know is they found more than one skeleton in that structure. Some of them old, some of them not. There were signs of habitation, bedrolls, cans, a rusted axe, journals too damaged to read. They never released the name of the suspect. I don't think they ever caught him. Or maybe they did and didn't want to scare the public. They closed the east trails for fire danger the next season. Never reopened them. I put in for a transfer the month after. Got a quiet post in Oregon. Stayed there until I retired. Sometimes I still wake up at night and feel that dry, dead silence pressing in around me. The sound of someone standing just out of view, arranging bones in the dirt like it means something. Like a message only they understand. And sometimes I think I was assigned to Canyon View National Recreation Area in late summer, back in 2016. It's one of those lesser-known, federally managed zones tucked between a stretch of desert and high plateau country. A mixture of deep-cut canyons, winding dry creek beds, sandstone ridges, and miles of sagebrush that roll out like a dirty green sea. It wasn't a place people talked about unless they were locals or overland hikers with a love for isolation. No rivers, no towering pines, no stunning alpine views, just the desert breathing, humming quietly under the heat. I was 32 back then. I'd been a seasonal ranger in 5 states already. I liked working alone, liked the long patrols, and the simple expectations. I wasn't some greenhorn. I knew what dehydration looked like. I knew the way heat could meld a person's judgment like butter left on a dashboard. I'd pulled bodies out of ravines and dragged broken hikers back to trailheads in monsoon mud. But I'd never experienced a stretch of time like what I did in those 3 weeks in Canyon View. The station was a squat cinder block building about 40 miles off the highway, surrounded by a chain link fence. No cell service, satellite radio only. We had solar with a diesel backup, a buried water tank, and 3 cots in a musty bunk room nobody really wanted to sleep in. Our fire cache was stacked with shovels, picks, and fire retardant. There were some old racks of MREs in the back. Every patrol truck had to carry 5 gallons of water minimum, not counting your own supply. I was out there with one other ranger, a guy named Ellis. He was in his 40s, lean, quiet, wore wraparound sunglasses even indoors. We overlapped for about 5 days, just enough time for him to hand over the patrol routes, show me the GPS dead zones, and pass along some local tips. The main thing he said to me as he was packing up to head out for his 2-week rotation back in town was, if you hear humming, leave the canyon. He didn't explain it, and I didn't ask. You hear things like that a lot in isolated parks. Every ranger has their own little bit of lore or weird advice. Don't whistle after dark. Don't go looking for lights in the desert. Don't climb old mining ladders. Don't camp in washes. It all starts to blend together. The first few days on my own were quiet. Too quiet. August heat pressed down hard. The only visitors I logged were a pair of bird watchers in a dust-caked Subaru and a solo biker trying to make it through on one of the lesser-known OHV routes. I did my checks, fire breaks, trail markers, backroad gates. I hiked a few miles of the rim trail and dropped into a short side canyon to check for graffiti or abandoned camps. Saw a couple jackrabbits. Nothing special. But then, the 3rd night alone, just after sunset, I heard the sound. I was sitting in the watchtower, this metal scaffolding bolted into a ridge overlooking the main canyon. It wasn't very tall, maybe 2 stories, but gave you a good view east down the canyon. The place went dead quiet around 8:30. The kind of quiet where you can hear the wind stirring gravel 100 yards away. Then I heard what I can only call humming. Not a person humming a tune. It sounded low, mechanical, almost like the sound a big electrical transformer makes when you stand too close to it. It seemed to come from nowhere in particular, just somewhere deep in the canyon. I stood up, pressed my ears against the metal railing, trying to pinpoint it. It didn't get louder. It didn't fade. It was just there. I left the tower, got back in the truck, drove the loop road that skirts the edge of the canyon. Nothing. Just a steady hum, not changing, not moving. By the time I got back to the station, it had stopped. I told myself it was probably something stupid. Maybe an old piece of equipment left behind from the ranching days. Maybe the wind hitting the canyon walls just right. But I didn't like the way it sat in my gut. It felt like something that didn't belong. The next day, I headed deeper into the canyon to check one of the old survey cabins. It was an 11-mile drive on rough track, then a 2-mile hike down into the canyon. I parked, shouldered my gear, and started down. The cabin itself was nothing special, just a single-room concrete shell built into the side of a wash, long since abandoned. I've been told to check it once a week for signs of squatting or damage. When I got there, the door was ajar. I hadn't left it that way. Inside, it looked mostly untouched. Some dust disturbed near the cot, a dead moth in a cracked sink. But in the corner, something caught my eye, boot prints. Not mine. Wider tread, deeper heel. They came in, turned in a tight half circle near the cot, then went out again. No note in the box. No one had signed the log since July. I stood there for a long time, just listening. Nothing. No humming. just the slow tick of heat shrinking the metal in the roof. I hiked out fast, scanning the hills, not seeing anything. That night, around the same time as before, just after sunset, I heard the humming again. This time it was louder. Still not close, but enough to make the glass in the window rattle slightly. I went outside. The wind had died completely. The stars were out. No clouds. But the sound remained. I took the truck and drove down the main dirt road, past the Easter trailhead. The canyon mouth opens up there, wide and low. It's one of the most desolate places I've ever seen. Just rock and dust and hard earth. I shut off the engine and got out. The humming kept going. I stood there a long time, sweat running down my back, watching the darkness. Then it stopped, clean like someone hit a switch. I didn't sleep that night. I kept pacing from window to window, trying to rationalize it. Maybe it was the echo of a plane at altitude. Maybe a weather phenomenon. Maybe I was just tired. Dehydration messes with your head. I drank 2 liters of water, ate a whole MR, sat in the shower with the lights off. The next morning, I decided to check one of the deep canyons to the north, the kind not even marked on the visitor maps. A couple times a year, hikers got lost out there, wandered past the official trails, and ended up needing rescue. The place was a maze of dry creek beds and dead-end forks. I parked at the access point and hiked in early, just after sunrise. The rocks still held the cool of the night. The silence was thick. About 3 miles in, I found something that made my scalp go cold. It was a circle of stones, rough sandstone rocks, maybe 10 inches wide, placed in a perfect ring about 10 feet across. Inside the ring were 3 separate piles of animal bones. Rodent, maybe rabbit, picked clean, arranged neatly. Not something you see by accident. No fire remnants. No tools. Just bones. I circled the area twice. No other tracks. No trash. Nothing that said someone had been camping. And no predators leave bones like that. I took photos. Marked GPS, flagged the location. My radio was useless this deep. I made my way out fast, my mouth dry. That night, no humming came. The quiet was worse. It wasn't just the absence of sound. It was like the entire canyon was holding its breath. The following morning, I tried a radio dispatch. Static. I climbed the tower. Still nothing. Checked the antenna. Looked fine. The generator kicked on at full power, and even with the satellite uplink, I couldn't raise anyone. By noon, I was more angry than scared. I took the truck and headed to the far end of the area, toward an old fire road that followed the northern rim. I figured I'd get high enough to bounce a signal out. I never made it. Around mile 6, I hit something in the road. Not an animal, not a rock slide. A section of the road was just gone. Like someone had dug a deep, narrow trench across the track, about 5 feet wide and maybe 10 feet long. It looked too clean to be erosion, and there hadn't been rain. The walls of the trench were straight, the bottom hard-packed. I parked and got out. The weird part wasn't just the trench. It was what was at the bottom of it. 3 dead coyotes, all arranged side by side, each one missing its eyes. There were no flies, no smell. I took a dozen photos, climbed back into the truck, and reversed a half-mile, heart pounding. Back at the station, I tried the sat phone. Still no connection. I sat in the truck for a long time. I kept thinking about the warning Ellis gave me. If you hear humming, leave the canyon. It was starting to feel like more than superstition. I grabbed my pack, loaded food, water, first aid, rifle. I checked the fuel reserves, almost full. I made a plan to head out at first light. That night, I slept in the truck with the doors locked. Just after 2 a.m., I woke up to a sound. Not humming, digging. Somewhere out past the station fence. A slow scrape, like a metal blade cutting into hard dirt. Then a pause. Then again. I killed the truck lights. Sat in silence. It went on for maybe 20 minutes. Then nothing. At dawn, I walked the perimeter. I found 2 fresh holes, about the size of basketball. Shallow, just inside the northern fence line. Nothing buried. Nothing removed. No tracks. I got in the truck and drove. Didn't stop for anything. 40 miles later, I hit the highway and finally got signal. I called the district office. Told them I needed a replacement out there, and I wasn't going back alone. They didn't ask many questions. Maybe they knew something. Maybe not. I never went back. They reassigned me a few months later to